Welcome everybody to tonight's Free Fridays here at ASU Esports Lounge. My name is Bonanza.
My name is Jacob, or Conkkids is my gamer tag. We will both be competing in this tournament when our times come up, but for now, in the meantime, we will be commentating over these matches.
That's right. The two of us are also representatives of ASU's own Sun Devil Mario Kart team. We're currently in between seasons, and we may or may not be using this event as a side hustle for recruiting some people.
Absolutely. It's where I was recruited back in 2024. I showed up to a tournament, and I got an offer from actually you and Cairo. Both came up to me and asked me to join the team.
That's right. Cairo's our founding member. I don't believe he's ever not lost this or ever not won this tournament here before. So now that he is actually absent from this one, it's a bit up in the air as to who's going to take home the golden 3D printed trophy. We're going to start off the tournament very soon, but first we need to figure out which track or which cup we're actually going to be competing in.
Yeah, in previous tournaments, we got to pick the cups ourselves, but it looks like this time we are doing the wheel.
Probably for the best. This seems a bit fairer of an option.
I think so too.
We can definitely go into detail about the advantages and disadvantages of certain tracks and certain players.
Is it crossing or Triforce?
Oh, Triforce.
All right. So
that's the one I was warming up with.
All right. So what's in that? I know it ends with Hyrule Circuit. But
that's right. This is one of the first of the crossover cups from Nintendo, the Triforce Cup and also the Crossing Cup. Both have Animal Crossing and Zelda crossover tracks. But as you can see here, we start with Wario's Gold Mine, which first aired on Mario Kart Wii, then Rainbow Road, specifically for Super Mario Kart on the SNES, followed by Ice Ice Outpost and Hyrule Circuit, both original to Mario Kart 8.
DLC tracks. I remember when this DLC came out. I was, oh my god, how
that's
old
right,
was I?
on the
12?
Wii, on the Wii U, no less. That's right.
I asked my dad. I showed him the trailer, and it's like, we need to get this DLC. Anyway.
That's right. $12 DLC wasn't too bad, but kind of pales in comparison to the amount of content introduced with the $25 8 Deluxe DLC.
The Booster Course Pass. Got a lot more tracks for that one. But this DLC had, actually I was about to say it had characters, but I guess they had characters too eventually in the Booster Course Pass.
That's right.
Anyway, it looks like everyone's still getting ready.
That's right. We're going to be having 4 players facing off against each other and some hard level bots. On our top left, we've got our players Scotty. On the to the right of them, we'll have Trent.
And I want to say in the top right, Trent is also a representative on the ASU Mario Kart team. He's one of our players. Kind of bounces around Team 1 and Team 2, I think, but he's one of our more skilled players.
Yes. And on the bottom left, we've got Fuzzball, and on the bottom right, Dosa Sniper.
Dosa Sniper.
Dosa Sniper. That's right. I misread the label. And we're first leading into Wario's Gold Mine. This is a personal favorite of mine to race on, especially when I'm in the lead, or when I start in the lead, I should specify. You can notice that the Yoshi in the top right has chosen the Yoshi bike, which is more than significant just because of the character and bike symbolism. The Yoshi bike is what we call an inward drift. Most of the karts and bikes in Mario Kart 8, and World for that matter, are what we call outward drift. They have a bit more of an indirect angle on their turning compared to inwards, which have a much more direct angle. However, after a certain while, inward turns, or inward bikes, tend to have a harder time turning around the very tight angles, the 270-degree hairpins and the like. That's where outwards have the advantage, and for the most part, they have the advantage over the entirety of Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart World. The exception with that being, though, are tracks like Wario's Gold Mine.
Oh yeah, Wario's Gold Mine is a very inward-friendly track with wider turns, and I guess I should specify that outward drift is generally considered to be better in this game. Inward has its advantages on some specific tracks, but it also has a lot of disadvantages, especially with more advanced tech.
Yep. Outward definitely may be more popular. You can see Link on the Master Cycle in the top left is most definitely using the Master Cycle, and that's also an inward drift, not too dissimilar from the Yoshi bike. Although Yoshi bike is generally preferred by competitive players to follow the meta.
We actually got 3 inwards because Toadette
That's right,
is
Toadette's
also
also
on the Master Cycle.
That's right. And on the bottom right, we've also got Baby Mario in the Biddy Bug, which is actually, I forgot, is the Biddy Buggy still the meta?
Biddy Buggy has the same stats as Mr. Scooty, which was considered one of the meta combos. It was the higher mini turbo, lower speed combo, although they are pairing it with monster tires, which is an interesting choice.
That's right. We also see that, I guess we should actually commentate on the results of the match. On our top left, we got Trent of the Mario Kart team here, having a very comfortable lead in first. You'll notice that Trent has been dropping a couple of items in his way. That is because, well, as I'm saying right now, the blue shell's on his way. He was trying to try to help himself by grabbing a horn in the item box. We call that cycling for horn. And you can see Trent may have still maintained his lead, but he's still trying to cycle
He's got
for
a big break
a good
here.
amount of items. Yes, I dare say this is in the back for him. And so it is.
Got a couple bills out in play now. Toadette's coming to the finish line here. There's that greens forward, but
That's right. Oh, and she landed a hit. That's good, and I believe that's and a shock right at the end, but that doesn't stop Toadette from getting a third place.
very nice. That is Fuzzball.
That's
Look
right.
back at the names. 8th place for Scotty, and then coming up in 11th here, Baby Mario, Dosa Sniper on the
Ooh, that's an unfortunate last place right there from the bullet bill. This tournament will be using the Grand Prix rules of Mario Kart, so 4 races with a maximum of 60 points being awarded to the winner, assuming you get first place on all 4 races. We're playing on 150cc, which means the hardest difficulty of bots that's available, and also the fastest speed that Mario Kart was originally intended for before 200cc came about in Mario Kart 8.
And 150 is the far more popular mode to be played in competitive Mario Kart. Most people tend to find 200 a little too, well, me personally, it's a little too fast. I feel like the tracks were made for 150. So it is the preferred for most of the competitive scene.
That's right. As a matter of fact, the 2 leagues that ASU competes in at the collegiate level, which is CKL, Collegiate Karting League, and NRC, National Racing Collegiate, both compete exclusively at 150cc. Now I can see here that most of the time, when you're playing casually, you might end up starting to trail your items immediately. Trent in the top right, however, is not doing that.
Yeah.
Technically, this is most often done in team play, because while there is certainly a team mode in Mario Kart that disables friendly fire, competitive Mario Kart doesn't actually play with that rule set.
Yes.
So it's often a common courtesy to hold in your items until you actually need them, so that you don't accidentally injure your teammates in the process. Trent may have suffered a bit of a fall there, but he still has quite a big lead.
And he does pull horn in second slot, so that is the horn in pocket is going to help him a lot there. And
unfortunate.
never mind. Toadette with the shock dodge, though.
Right
so
as the blue shell arrives, too. That is unfortunate.
Shock blue. Yikes. It seems now Funky Kong's caught up, but...
Yeah. Ordinarily, I wouldn't say the bots really have much of a chance against our teammates, but Funky Kong is, I would say, the exception.
That Funky Kong is up there.
Who was that?
Funky Kong is moving.
Who was that funky monkey?
We've got, I'm checking out how everyone else is doing.
Trent's fallen down to 3rd place now, but looks like he is in the process of making it back up to both of the other Kongs. Oh, and a mushroom right here. Will he take the gap? Yes, he will, as does Donkey Kong.
And he goes right back into first for that first place finish.
That's right.
That's what we expect.
And it looks like the remaining 3 are at the bottom of the track, actually. 10th, 11th, and 12th. Can't say I'm too surprised because this is a Rainbow Road after all.
Yeah, SNES Rainbow Road is a very easy track to fall off of. There's no walls at all on the course.
That's right. I mean, the 90-degree angles on their own can be daunting enough if you're unprepared for them, especially in its original iteration on the Super Nintendo.
And looks like we just got the names for the next round after this one. I will actually be playing on this screen. I apologize.
We may or may not be listening to the announcement right now.
Yes. They just announced the lineups for the next matches. In the building right now, we actually have two switches being played at the same time. You were watching. Oh, look at that. We got the names up. That's nice.
Yes, this is a good overlay to help identify who's playing who. I know we've previously just been using the names of the characters, but this is a good way of identifying it too.
Like I was saying, there are two games currently being run at the same time, so we can get through these prelims a little faster. And you are watching one of them. It was just announced the lineup for the next match. I will be competing on screen for all of you lovely people to watch.
That's right. I've got a bit of a break myself, but luckily, Jacob here will be joining us on the stream overlay TV, which means that I will have the pleasure of commentating over himself, and he will only be able to hear me in the VOD.
Better say some nice things about me.
Oh yeah, for sure. After all, the internet is definitely a public place.
I was about to say, Trent has a big lead, but this Funky Kong is right on him. Look at that lead that they both have.
They turned on the Mario Kart Wii rule sets for him.
Yeah, the Mario Kart Wii rubber banding.
That's right. I think that's something you can be glad about with Mario Kart 8 was that the bots definitely played fair.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone watching here had the pleasure of playing Mario Kart World at launch, but let's just say the bot difficulty on that game was surprisingly brutal. Definitely a step up from 8 Deluxe.
Oh yeah, they I think in about a month later, in their monthly update, they turned that difficulty down.
That's right. I think they did it at least once, maybe twice, but safe to say now, if you're going through a Grand Prix or a Knockout Tour now, it is much easier to get a 3-star first place. It would actually the Knockout Tours in Mario Kart World, that was especially a difficult task to get 3 stars in, because you needed to end in first place on every segment out of 6 on the track. It wasn't enough to just end in first. You had to remain in first consistently.
Trent cycling through items and going the yellow path here.
Unfortunately, the cycle was not enough to get the horn.
Oh, does he get the ramp? Yes, he does. All right. Very close to being blued off the ramp there, which... Oh, no. If he can take this turn well, though, he's going to pass Funky Kong and gets the draft for another first.
Not just the draft, but the draft trail, too. That's a very popular move to do in online play, although it's even more reliable when you're on local because you don't have the same latency.
Oh, yeah. It's just, that's the issues that come with playing online, and you get lag trails. That's kind of the community name for them. It's complicated to explain, but trailing people out is... interesting online. That's the best I can say.
I'd say it's...
Trent here with a good lead, 45 points. That is 3 first place in places in a row.
That's a perfect position going into the 4th race. Let's see if he can get the perfect 60. And lastly, we end off with Hyrule Circuit. As I said before, this is one of the handful of crossover tracks in Mario Kart 8's original DLC. It was between this, Excitebike Arena, and Animal Crossing.
Yeah, Excitebike and Hyrule being much more popular than Animal Crossing was. Both of them, both Excitebike and Hyrule Circuit are what we would call runners. Very advantageous for the people starting out in front.
See, for example, how much of a lead Trent has already gotten just by driving well and having a good start.
Not that, and he already has 7 coins. He started with 0 because he was in first. That's another reason Hyrule is so good for first place.
Right.
With every coin you collect in this game, you get a small boost of speed. I think, and once you get up to 10, I think you might be a little less than 10% faster, which doesn't sound like much, but when you compare them side by side, it is a very big difference. Trent going around the shortcut.
At this point, considering he's in second, it's probably wiser to grab the double item instead of going for the shortcut.
Probably.
In fact, there's a very interesting thing about the shortcut here in Hyrule Circuit. We have in the competitive scene an acronym called NISC, stands for No Item Shortcut. A lot of times, Mario Kart 8 time trials have the ability to cut across certain sections of the track, so if it's blocked off with grass or something like that, using a mushroom. But there are a handful of locations on certain tracks where you're able to, with a precise hop, not need a mushroom in order to get through. Let's see if Trent goes for the NISC this time.
Let's see if he goes for it this lap. Has he practiced it?
Apparently not. To be honest, I think when I go up for this track, I will probably avoid the NISC unless if absolutely necessary. I haven't practiced it myself, and also since we're playing on 4-player co-op, this will be at 30 frames per
That's
second
true,
as opposed to
yes.
the usual 60 that I'm used to.
And plus, I know there is some noticeable input delay as well playing on 4 players on these TVs, so it does make them a little more difficult.
That's right. It generally doesn't affect the basics of your gameplay, but if you are trying to do something more precise, such as, for example, a Nisk, or potentially even a mushroom dodge.
And
with
Link
a
is
blue shell.
shocked into set. Sorry.
Oh, that's
he gets
right.
he gets a golden off of that in set.
Ooh,
But misses the
goes
ramp.
away.
Trent does have a huge lead though. Looks like he's running away with the perfect 60 here.
That's right. Still a very good show from Link. Very lucky item set
Scotty.
propels him all the way up into second place. Let's see if he can hold that lead.
Fuzzball
the
misses
Kongs are
the
catching
item
up pretty
box.
Quickly.
Fuzzball misses the item box, and so does Dosa Sniper. Neither of them have items going
Let's
into
see.
the finish line.
Oh, Fuzzball just
Fuzzball
passes
pulls off
Donkey
fifth
Kong.
right at the end.
That's right. And now we'll see very soon the final results of this match. We will have 2 rounds in which everybody in the tournament will be involved with. From there, we will start our elimination process until we've reached our final 4, which will be competing in our final Grand Prix of the night.
For now, I will be taking my leave. I'll be leaving you with Bonanza. I am going to go compete. Of you all, I will be back once I'm done.
Thank you, Jacob. And if you're looking to spectate Jacob in the next round, you will find him under the name Conk Kids. Once again, I am Bonanza, spelled Bananza. No, the Donkey Kong game did not copy me, or I did not copy the Donkey Kong game. It copied me. I had that for several years before it got announced. And all right, looks like we'll be taking a quick break while we set up for the next Grand Prix, or the next portion of this round. So, thank you for tuning in, and we will see you very soon. Are we good? All right. Welcome back, everybody. We've just started the next round on the Triforce Cup. You can see in the top left here, we've got Conk Kids, who was previously casting alongside myself. He'll be joining us back after this Grand Prix. We've also got Sky J next to him. And finally, we've got Moderwellen, I believe that's how you pronounce it, coming down on the bottom left. You can see here that Conk Kids is riding as Daisy on the Teddy Bear ATV using the red wheels. This is also one of our common meta builds. For your medium weight characters, we've got around 5 or so. You got your Yoshi, your Birdo, your Peach, your Daisy, and lastly your Peachette. All of whom have identical stats. And if you ever race online, you'll see that a majority of players tend to go for Yoshi themselves. However, I prefer to go Inkling Girl, which you may or may not have the chance of seeing later tonight. As you can see, Jacob's riding the Teddy Bear ATV, which is an outward-facing car. Ooh, and got a shock going right there, too. So, as you can see, Conk Kids has quite a significant lead on second place, which is normally a very good thing for anybody in first place. However, you can notice that there are 2 bullet bills on the map right now. That's because when first place is further out from second place, the items get a bit more powerful for everyone else to have a chance to catch up. So you can see here that we've already had 1 lightning strike in this at the start of the race. We may or may not be experiencing a second lightning strike in this race because of that massive lead. Ordinarily, you'd only see 1, but as you can see, 6th and 8th place both pulled golden mushrooms, and 6 as well pulled a bullet bill on top of that. Skyj actually is making a pretty good comeback, coming all the way up to 4th place. Moderwellen unfortunately just had a tumble off the cliff, but there is still a majority of a lap to go, and a whole lot of bots to catch up to. Oh, and Jacob is fortunate enough to have a horn in his pocket. That's our secondary item slot, the one that it will not be used if you hit the item button. And it looks like he won't need to use that horn in order to prevent the blue shell from striking him. That is probably going to make... Oh, and looks like he's messing around a little bit while he waits for second place to catch up. Fortunately, he backed into the finish line soon enough so that he didn't need to worry about actually losing the race. And SkyJ made it up to second place. Looks like those powerful items paid off, and it took some good driving to maintain that lead in second as well. And lastly, it looks like Moderwellen got in the 7th place, which is certainly not a bad spot to get. We'll see how everyone else does next on SNES Rainbow Road. Fun fact about SNES Rainbow Road, this used to be tied for the most remade track in Mario Kart history alongside Mario Circuit 3. However, with Mario Kart World, Mario Circuit 3 actually has 1 more remake under its belt than SNES Rainbow Road. Coming out of the starting turn, looks like Conk Kids missed an item, as did SkyJ actually used an item. But it doesn't seem like Conk Kids needs an item to maintain a strong lead. And interestingly enough, he pulled out the triple banana peel, which, as many of you who play Mario Kart know, it's a common item. What's less common is for you to get it in first place. In fact, this is like the one difference from Versus item selection to Grand Prix item selection. Ordinarily, they're just about the same. You know, first place only has access to a handful of items. However, triple banana peels are only accessible to first place through Grand Prix, which ordinarily doesn't actually amount to too much, but as you can see, it can prove a little bit difficult. Well, what Conk Kids tried to do there to dodge the blue shell was called a bail. That's when the player intentionally throws himself off the edge of the track in the efforts of having that penalty, which is much shorter than the blue shell, and having the blue shell just kind of pass them over using invincibility frames. This is a much more common tactic or a much more reliable tactic to do in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on items like a banana peel or a stray shell, because of the added invincibility frames in some DLC updates around 2023 or so. Before then, you basically had to exclusively just push yourself off the edge whenever possible. As you can see, we got 6th and 9th place as well for SkyJ and Moderwellen. Looks like they are fairly stable in their positions. There are not too many bots to worry about, but ooh, the blue shell just passes by as well. Conkids has already finished the race. He doesn't have to worry about that. And looks like SkyJ closes in with the 4th place. Very respectable for Rainbow Road. And Moderwellen looks like he'll power through possibly to 8th place. Yes, he will. Or yes, they will. Looks like we've settled in with their scores. Conkids still coming up with the perfect 30 at this point. And SkyJ not too far behind at 21. Let's see if any of the tides will change as we enter Ice Ice Outpost. Alright, Conkids hits off with a perfect rocket start. There's actually a slight difference in quality based on your timing as you hit the gas pedal. I believe most people who play Mario Kart for a good while should know that if you hold the A button down early enough into the countdown, you'll get a bit of a speed boost as time goes on. However, there's actually different levels of that speed boost you can get based on your timing of holding down A. For the best possible timing, my personal recommendation is to wait until the 2 icon appears just about as opaque as it can get. Once it fades in all the way, that's your best time to start pressing A. Of course, the risk to going for that full-length boost means that you'll often have a risk of burning out instead of actually getting a boost. Honestly, depending on the track you play on, that can be seen as an advantage. For Ice Ice Outpost, not so much. Conkids was struggling there for a bit, but ironically, right as he pulled into 1st place, then the lightning strike occurred. Meanwhile, we got Moderwellen going up with a 2nd place. Very good for them. That is quite an improvement from the 7th and 8th they've previously gotten. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. And we've also got SkyJ coming up in 5th place. Seems about the norm from what we've seen from them so far. And Conkids lastly. Oh, and Conkids just pulled off another interesting tactic. You see, there are some... Sorry, there's an announcement happening right now. So, when Conkids went off the glider ramp at the end of this track, he performed a tactic which is, I believe, called fast glide. Don't quote me on that because I'm not entirely sure. We've got... so actually, as it turns out, when you're going off a glider ramp, there is a slight but noticeable decrease in speed as your glider pops out of your cart. This difference in speed, however, can be negated by a couple of ways. One of which can be holding a drift off of the glider ramp, like this. That actually helps the glider come out faster. Another way of doing it, too, is to actually hop over a majority of the glider ramp, such that you will... you'll just open up your glider faster that way too. Although that only happens on a handful of glider ramps, specifically the ones scripted to send you like up to a higher platform mostly, or you know, the DK cannons in DK Summit and DK Mountain, or the ramp up to the floating sky piece in Sunshine Airport. They're highly specific to certain tracks. So generally, the best way of getting a fast glider is by charging a drift off of it. You'll actually be able to see Conkids do the same thing here on Hyrule Circuit. Now, if you actually compare side by side the lines that Conkids and our previous team member, our Yoshi on the top right corner from the last cup, you'll notice that they're slightly different. This is, again, the product of being inward versus outward drift. You need to kind of account for how your vehicle takes turns. For example, myself as an inward, I have trouble taking that long staircase turn. I often end up going wider as I take the turn further in. However, Conkids has the opposite issue where he needs to take the turn wider at first and then can ease into it as he goes. So you can see here we've got SkyJ coming in with the ghost, or with the boo item in 4th place. Interestingly enough, in Mario Kart 8, you cannot be seen by other players while you're a boo, aside from screen peeking, obviously. However, in Mario Kart World, this has been changed so that people actually see your semi-opaque outline racing alongside them. Makes it a little bit less useful for stealth, but then again, stealth was not really much of a a well-used strategy to begin with. Conkids attempted the Nisk that we mentioned previously in our discussion. He didn't fully succeed in it, however, he's got a solid enough lead where it's not really all that big of a risk to his victory. And again, we can see if Luigi, SkyJ, or Notterwellen will end up catching up. After all, with such a big lead comes even more deadly items coming his way. One thing you can notice too about how Notterwellen just took the turn there was that he had trouble actually staying inside of the grassy lines. Ordinarily, that is a much bigger issue when you don't have a mushroom, but as previously said, shortcuts in Mario Kart 8 work such that if you have a mushroom and you're using it as you're going through grass, you don't have a change in your speed. Very useful for some shortcuts, and also for maintaining control of your vehicle when necessary. And it looks like Conkids, well, he'll be struck by a red shell and probably will beat that blue shell. Yes, he will. And I believe that closes him out with a perfect 60, just like Trent. Ooh, and an unfortunate bullet bill hit sends SkyJ all the way into the far grass there. Unfortunately, he is neither prepared nor in the right position to handle the Nisk, so looks like he will be taken in 9th place, and Notterwellen will have pulled ahead slightly into 8th. As we can see here, the final results, Conkids as Daisy coming in at 60, with our SkyJ Waluigi at 35, and our Black Yoshi at 6th place with 22 points. 35 points is it's quite respectable compared to our previous lineup as well. We'll see, you'll be able to see in our next break a brief look at the results of, or the current standings of everyone playing. Of course, people like myself have not actually had the chance of playing, so we're still stuck at 0 points. Yes, congratulations to Congratulations to Conkids for getting the 60 points and tying it up with Trent. And it looks like I have been called up myself too, so I will be hopping off to join, unfortunately, on the non-streamed side of the room. Well,
yeah, would you like?
If we can switch it over, then I guess so. Yes, I guess you will be viewing me after all. All right then, well, thank you.
All right, guess we're getting that Bonanza point of view after all. And yes, I'm back. I ran back over after we finished.
That's right. Well, thank you for listening to me ramble on by myself. I am Bonanza, and I will see you at the end of this next round.
And I'm just calling it prematurely that I'm sure we will see another 60 at the top of that leaderboard by the end of this next round. Bonanza himself is about, I'd say, on par with, he and I, we compete together, so we're about equal skill. So we're going to see a similar performance from him. However, he does play inside drift. And like I was saying earlier, the inside drift, ooh, we got a 60 from Korn as well. I was playing, so I didn't see that other side, but I think we're still inputting the scores because we should have... Okay, I see. I guess I should say, I don't know how much the rules have been explained, but previously we did have, at least from what I can remember in the past tournaments when I've done this tournament, I believe before it was just top 2 move on, or you just get a certain amount of points on your position with other players. But for this tournament tonight, we are taking the total score you got in that match. So you are competing against the bots as well. 60 being the highest you could possibly get. And over 2 preliminary rounds, I believe, we will see who moves on into the playoffs. So stay tuned for that. That's when it's going to get more exciting. I don't exactly have a time estimate for that, but we will see how it goes. I'll be here all night commentating. However, I don't know. Once we get to those playoffs, I'll be a little more preoccupied. Taking a look down the hall to see where looks like everyone's still we're at the cart setup right now. Still waiting on the setup. All right, we've got our, here we go once again with the Triforce Cup. You're going to get really familiar with these tracks over round one. I've been told Bonanza, we're still working on getting player names up on the screen, but Bonanza, there he is in the bottom right. They told me that, but I would have recognized that anyway. He always plays that specific Inkling. That's his go-to character. And now Inkling Girl is close enough to the meta combo. Usually competitive players choose the Yoshi weight class. That's why Yoshi is known currently for being the best character in this game. But in the same weight class is Birdo, Daisy, Peach, and Peachette. That's why I play Daisy. Daisy has the same stats as Yoshi. The Inkling Girl and Diddy Kong weight class is very close to the same stats. It's not as ideal, but it's close enough that competitive players can get away with playing it if they want to. And Bonanza just prefers Inkling. Somehow that red misses him. I thought that was going straight for him. And we've got a Yoshi in the top left holding that blue shell in pocket, refusing to use it. Not sure why. They do have to get through that gold mushroom first. We've got a Funky Kong Biddy Buggy combo in the top right, who is the Biddy Buggy Rollers is it's a combo that I like to play every once in a while just because I like playing Funky Kong. Very high speed, but still the cart is making up for that lack of mini turbo. Bonanza cycling through items, just overlapped our green Yoshi, who is, I didn't get to see, they did throw that blue shell. It looks like the blue shell's making its way all the way around the track. Ooh, sorry, I just watched that from our blue Yoshi in the bottom left. That was a rough fall. Banana was just in the wrong spot. Bonanza might, nah, he's not going to finish the race before. Okay, I guess the blue shell despawned. I think that can happen if it's out for too long, and because it was thrown from an entire lap behind, I guess it was out for too long and despawned. So Bonanza lucks out there. Second place finish with our blue Yoshi, and Funky Kong, ooh, narrowly, barely, almost, nearly had third there. Now, the unfortunate thing is, online, with online races, once 11th place finishes, the race is over. But when you're playing locally, and this is a problem I have with this game, I was never a fan of this, because in Mario Kart Wii, once 11th place finishes, the race is over. But in this game, in local multiplayer, all players have to finish for the race to end. So we do have to wait for this Yoshi to finish their 3rd lap here before the race can end. They do have to finish. Looks like our tech team is still working on getting the names pulled up. We'll hopefully get that to y'all soon. Oh yeah, looks like we're working on figuring out names. We can get that up for you. That's why we are waiting. Our second track. Here we go once again with SNES Mario, Rainbow Road. There is a SNES Mario Circuit 3 in this game. I have my thoughts and opinions on that track. Hopefully we don't have to play that tonight, but we will see. Ah, yes, here are our names. Rolling Onion in the top left. We got Nan in the top right on Funky Kong. Perfect Penguin on the ideal meta combo. Yoshi, Teddy Buggy Roller. Hopefully Paper Glider as well. Hard to tell. And, of course, ASU Mario Kart's Sun Devil. I don't know our official name. Our ASU's Mario Kart team representative, Bonanza. And, oof. Funky Kong takes the lead here. He's got some good defense. And that is unlucky. Shell goes right through those bananas. You'd figure that you'd have perfect protection there, but in this game, you do have to time it sometimes to make sure that you actually block. And I'll hand it to you here. The gameplay you're going to see from Bonanza and I is... And one thing I noticed is that there is significant, at least noticeable input delay. Playing on 4-player split screen on a large TV, which is the setup. There is significant input delay. So things like specific timings, like especially the startup boost, is especially difficult to get perfect. As much as I'd want to be seen getting the perfect startup boost every time, it is very difficult on this casual tournament setup. Bonanza's making his way back up. Perfect Penguin in first with a horn. That's a good position to be in. Hopefully they're going to hold that for potential blue shell. And, oh, they burned it. There are 2 ways you can fully dodge a blue shell in first place. The super horn is the easy method. You can also... I don't know how known it is, but you can dodge a blue shell with a mushroom. It is programmed into this game that you can do that. It was a glitch, I believe, in Mario Kart Wii, and then they added it as an actual feature in this game. And Perfect Penguin takes first. Got Funky Kong. Ooh, Bonanza hits him right at the end to take third. Funky Kong following up in fifth, and Rolling Onion is struggling here to... Gonna cheer them on as they finish this third lap here. I love anyone who's into Mario Kart and anyone who will play Mario Kart with me, no matter what your skill level is. And that's what I think is great about these kinds of tournaments is this is a free tournament to enter as an ASU student. The ASU Esports Lounge does these free Friday tournaments every Friday during the semester. This is the very first one of the semesters, usually Mario Kart. And yeah, anyone can join, and that's what's great about it. And so it's nice to meet up with people from all different skill levels, all different, and some people who don't. I mean, I've met some people who've never played the game before who showed up to a tournament just because they wanted to hang out. And so it's great to meet all these people, and I have a lot of fun here. It's nice to meet a lot of people who are interested in the game, and I can talk about it on end because there is a lot for me to say. We were talking about, I guess when I was playing in the last round, I was bragging about my the amount of hours I have in this game. We moved on pretty fast here. We didn't really get to see the score, but Perfect Penguin and Bonanza should be roughly tied, I think. But now we're going into Ice Ice Outpost, and we're going to see the skill here. Ice Ice Outpost is a very difficult track. It's not very well liked within the community, both within the competitive and just the casual community. From what I've seen, the discourse online, people aren't big fans of this track, neither the theming nor the gameplay. Me personally, gotta be honest, I'm a big enjoyer of Ice Ice Outpost. It's got some hard tech, and it makes it harder with the icy ground, but it really rewards practice for those techniques. If you saw my gameplay in the last round, I was running away with first place, trying to do all the shortcuts I could. We got Bonanza and Perfect Penguin are... I don't know if I've met this Perfect Penguin person. I'm gonna have to go meet them after this. This is I'm very impressed. Bonanza takes first, it looks like. Ooh, and Penguin gets redded out there. Funky Kong's coming up. Funky Kong's going to have a lot of speed coming down these, but he's only got 4 points, so might need to increase the coin count, make some real moves, and take advantage of the high speed stat. High speed stats are generally not preferred. The rest of the combo that he's on does have some good stats, but in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, most of the stats are within the character, not the cart. Which is why, unfortunately, most people play the same characters. Yoshi is so often picked in competitive. Penguin has his mushroom stolen, but is able to make the shortcut anyway. You don't need a mushroom to make that shortcut, but it does help occasionally. Bonanza's got a decent lead in first, but Penguin's following up pretty close. Let's see if he makes this cut. Oof, was a little too tight going into that. But gets put down on the item set. That helps. So he's going to drift off of here, or he just goes straight. So it doesn't get the mini turbo trick. Bonanza's going to go for a... Oh, he doesn't go for a UMT glider. He goes for a safer strat here. And just for the end, extra points goes for that finish. Penguin in third is following up. Beats out Larry here. Can he pass Daisy for second place? Ooh, right at the end. And what happened to Nan? Our Funky Kong ends up in 10th place, finishing with a bullet. And Rolling Onion going for some of the more complicated paths. Doesn't end up making it. Misses the box, but... just sort of cruising into the finish line. Like I said, Ice Ice Outpost is one of my favorite tracks to run. It's a runner because there's not a lot of off-road shortcuts, so not a lot of comeback potential if you're in the back. It could do with more coins. That would make it a better runner, but otherwise it's one of my favorite tracks just because of the high skill ceiling. And like I was saying before, I never finished the thought about hours. I have roughly 1,200 hours in this game. And I know some people with way more than that. I definitely I apologize. Give me 1 second here. They were just in the building here. They were just announcing the players for the next round, and it is a little distracting to commentate over that, so I just had to take a break for a second. But yeah, I've put a solid 1,200 hours into this game over the last year and a half since I started playing competitive. I had a lot of fun. It's a really, really large community that's, you know, when people talk about names, it's a little confusing, but, you know, as you just get more connected. It's easy because all of this is run online. Everything's on a Discord server, so you get to interact with everyone from all over the community and get to play with them in different styles of tournaments. Get back to the game here. Bonanza's got a pretty decent lead in first. Penguin is trying to catch up, but I'm going to see what they pull from this box. I think Bonanza's going to... Penguin pulled a shroom, so he's not really threatened here, but Bonanza's going to go around the shortcut anyway. I think he mentioned he wasn't going to try it. I wish I could say I demonstrated the Nisk that I'm talking about pretty well, but to be honest, if I remember correctly during my high roll circuit race, I did not make it very well. Wish I could have demonstrated it better for y'all, but oh well, it is what it is. I got it decently on lap 3. And preferring to go around here. Once again, cruising into an easy first place finish. So he will be taking first place in this round. Penguin following up in a solid second place. Penguin will be taking second, I believe. I'm trying to remember what the score is. Rolling Onion pulls the shock. We're going to see if they can use it effectively, but since everyone else seems to be finishing, it's not going to affect them too much. Non-finishes in 8th. And now it's up to Onion to finish the race. Non uses the shock. The shock, they very much changed how it works in Mario Kart World. So when I was practicing for this tournament, it was a little bit of a, no pun intended, it was a bit of a shock to get used to how it works in this game. It's a very different system. In Mario Kart World, the shock item only affects the people in front of the user, and everyone's same thing. Everyone loses their items. People are only small for a very short amount of time. Plus, it starts raining on the track, so the track gets all slippery after that. In this game, it's different. It affects all players except for the user, even if they're behind the shock user. But depending on your placement, you stay small for a different amount of time. Yeah, so we get Bonanza finishing in first with Penguin in second, both scoring over 50 points. Non with a 25, 6th place finish. And our Yoshi... What was the name for that? I apologize. Rolling Onion in last with 4 points. Now we've got a little bit of time while they set up for the next round, but you're going to get Bonanza to come back and we will be commentating together once again. I'm not exactly sure how many players we have, so I don't know when he and I will be back up. Yeah, solid performance from Bonanza and Perfect Penguin. Both very impressive performances. Board up, and I've been told that the scoreboard does take a little bit to update, so we will see the scores slowly start to roll in. Looks like we already have Bonanza's joining us once again. 55 points.
I've made a serious and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I am not expecting to be forgiven. I'm only here to apologize. Tonight, I was the first member of our team to score 55 points and not a perfect 60 on this tournament.
Well, you had some decent competition. Perfect Penguin with a very impressive performance. I was quite surprised.
That's right. He was doing quite well. And for myself anyway, I do in fact blame the controller, unironically. It was strange. It had obviously there was the input delay. I was expecting that, and I'm not blaming that at all because we all had that going.
Yeah.
But strangely enough, whenever I use the joystick to make a right turn, it always seemed to hold on for a little bit longer than it should have. And previously, I've experienced something similar to that, and I thought it was tilt controls, but I did confirm that wasn't actually the case, so I'm going to double-check that next time when I'm, or potentially just bring in my own controller.
Yeah, that could have been tilt controls, but also the input delay would probably do that. If the right turn was going on longer than you thought it was, it felt like it should have, then yeah, that sounds like the input delay. And then...
Well, it might not have been input delay, but holding on to an input for too long. I had something similar happen.
I see what you mean.
To one of my, not a controller, but I think it was more of a Bluetooth connectivity thing on my original Switch, where it was the right trigger actually, which got held down for too long. Also a big issue for Mario Kart because that's your drift button.
Yeah,
and if you hold the drift for too long,
that would be an issue.
You go into the grass.
If you're lucky, into the grass.
That's true. You could.
In the case of SNES Rainbow Road, you're going right off that track.
Speaking from experience now, yes.
And we did get a little bit of that. That can be a brutal track, especially for less experienced players. It was, I'd say not as hard as it was in the original game, because with Super Mario Kart, and it's...
that game had its own level of brutality to it.
Yeah, but I'm trying to find a word to describe how that game controls. And hopefully, obviously my dad isn't going to hear this, but he'd be very offended the things I say about Super Mario Kart. Not a fan. I'd
say the best way to describe it is that if you go to any Mario Kart game before Double Dash on the GameCube, for Double Dash and beyond, you kind of know how to drift instinctively if you've played any of the other games. However, you go to Super Mario Kart, Mario Kart 64, or Mario Kart Super Circuit, they all handle differently in their own way. Super Mario Kart and Super Circuit kind of intend to have you drift to take corners more tightly, but they don't actually account for that decrease in speed with a speed boost after the fact. You have that with Mario Kart 64 a little bit, but it still is. It's a lot more vague as to how or when you actually build up a drift and when you can release it, and it's not nearly as noticeable of a boost as it is in the modern games.
Yeah, Mario Kart 64 does have I don't know if they a mini turbo that early on. Super Mario Kart didn't have it, and I don't know if Super Circuit had that either. I've never played Super Circuit, but
considering that it's based on the framework of Super Mario Kart, my guess is no.
Yeah, probably not. I don't know. But don't take my word on that, please.
That's right. I have not really played Super Circuit at all.
I think I've never played Super Circuit or 64. I've played every other Mario Kart game. And they have... I just don't have the pretty sure they have both of them now. You can emulate them on the Switch if you have the Switch Online Plus membership, but I do not have the Switch Online Plus
I
membership.
do believe you're right. Super's definitely there because I've played it on Switch Online.
You just need the regular Switch Online to get the SNES emulator, but 64 emulator and Game Boy Advance emulator are both locked behind the more expensive membership.
Which neither of us have, I believe. Yep. I think Oh yeah, my hot take for Super Mario Kart is not so much that it's one of the worst Mario Karts. That's a pretty cold take, probably. My personal take is that F-Zero is a much better racing game for the Super Nintendo.
We're talking for the Super Nintendo, like the SNES, and
That's right. Original F-Zero beats out original Mario Kart, in part because a Super Mario Kart is actually meant to be a toned-down version of F-Zero so that it could support two-player co-op. Or co-op, I say, two-player simultaneous multiplayer. Which, probably for the best. I mean, this series is kind of built on local co-op or local multiplayer. That's what we're doing right now. Speaking of which, let's introduce our new players. We got in the top left Rocky going with Link on the teddy bear ATV. I forgot his actual name. Do you remember?
Teddy Buggy.
Teddy Buggy.
Teddy Buggy on standard tires, it looks like.
Yeah. And we've got another Link, both using the Breath of the Wild outfits, going in on Mr. Scooty with Karthik over there.
On Mr. Scooty. Good bike. Mr. Scooty, like I was saying earlier, has got some good stats.
That's right.
Makes up for Link's higher speed.
Yes. And from the looks of it, this very well may be an intentional build based on the significant lead Karthik has on everyone else. We've also got Pixel Roger down in 6th place playing Bowser Jr., also on the Teddy Buggy, it seems, with the Azura rollers. And I can't really see the glider that they're using right now.
We don't know the glider until they get out on one.
But the Teddy Buggy and Azure Rollers are one of the common build choices people make in competitive online play. And lastly, we got Dan F, or Dan.F, down on Diddy Kong using the P-Wing. That's right. Standard tires potentially as well. It's kind of hard to tell. Could be Triforce tires as well.
It's hard to see, yeah.
Ooh, and a shock dodge from a bot. That is very good timing on their part, but unfortunately not great for Dan.
I'll have to say, Karthik is building up a good lead here, and I was talking to Karthik before this tournament started. Now he was telling me about how he was a OG competitive player. Used to play, said he used to play 200cc Lounge back in 2018. So Karthik's got some competitive experience. He said it's been a while since he's last played competitively, but he is going to be one of the strongest players in this tournament today.
Yeah. Interesting thing I just noticed with Karthik's Link character model. At some point around 2023 or so, Nintendo actually retroactively updated Link's character model inside of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, specifically so that the Master Sword would look fractured, similarly to how it does inside of Tears of the Kingdom. It's not a one-to-one representation, but it definitely has the aesthetic that they're going for without needing to give away too many of the actual story details behind Tears of the Kingdom.
And Karthik finishes first there. He was hit by the blue shell, but his lead was large enough that it didn't matter. The rest of our field is coming in here, bulleting into 6th, 8th, and Rocky is following behind.
12th. Unfortunate. Ironically, the the Golden Dash Mushroom didn't actually help all too well with with speeding up. Definitely a danger if you aren't prepared to handle the turns correctly.
Absolutely. You can get a lot of speed from it, but sometimes on tighter tracks that can be a detriment. There are some times when it's not, especially on this track right here. This is one of the more dangerous tracks for the Golden Mushroom.
And if you ever try out Mario Kart World, what we're saying here applies even more so to those tracks. The handling in Mario Kart World tends to be a lot more loose. Outward carts and bikes inside of Mario Kart World do still have the same outward pattern, but if you look at just their initial drifting lines, they do look a lot more like inward.
It's a lot tighter, I'd say. You have a lot of freedom of movement and turning in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. One of that comes from just the hopping mechanic. You can turn quite tight. Experienced players can turn very tight by just hopping in one direction because that's the fastest way to turn in this game. Mario Kart World got rid of you're no longer able to hop to the side, so you're a lot more limited in the new game.
Well, at least in that regard, Mario Kart World definitely included a whole lot of new movement mechanics, which
Absolutely.
really have shaken up the game as far as time trials and competitive play have gone.
Rocky gets hit by one of the thwomps here.
Yep, that is unfortunate. Oh, it looks like Karthik fell off too. I mean, I know I just got off that track too and did not have the best experience playing, but it seems like that Karthik has still been able to maintain a solid lead, and that's good. With 2 banana peels too, it's not the most uncommon thing to see in first place, but it definitely is a lot rarer than what we normally see, which is 1 coin and 1 defensive item.
He's shocked into set, doesn't pull a horn, but still very nice that he was shocked right before the item set to keep a defensive item.
Looking at the map, we can see that there is a very significant lead that Karthik has on any human players, but Birdo is very quick on his tail.
And then it looks like where Rocky and Dan F are struggling here on this track.
Ooh, and it looks like Birdo takes the first place.
This track is, Birdo with the first place finish.
That is an unfortunate timing of items.
Yeah, our other players are struggling on the track with no walls, very easy to fall off.
You know, the thing that took Karthik out of first place here, the red shell, I am not certain that this would have been a strategy to have employed on this track, but I know that in Mario Kart 8 you're able to have red shells drag along some specific obstacles in certain tracks, and they'll destroy themselves on those instead. I know, for example, the mine carts in Wario's Gold Mine, which we had just been to, has something that can sometimes work, and honestly, the thwomps here are big enough where I wouldn't doubt that being a possibility either.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
But give and take there is that the thwomps are not always touching the ground. Anyway, we're approaching Ice Outpost once again. We got Karthik down at 27 out of 30 points, tied in place with Birdo. I would definitely like to see Karthik, or at least any of our human players, maintain our first place. That's the trend that we've seen going throughout all of these Grand Prix so far.
There has not been a CPU finish first yet, which is good news.
Yes, that I wouldn't want to say it would be an embarrassing feat. It would just be more of a surprising feat, more so, because we've seen some weird things happen with the bots in competitive play before.
Oh, yeah.
I remember specifically seeing a screenshot of a bot PD Piranha coming out in first place in a lobby otherwise completely full of competitive players.
Oh yeah, I've had that happen too during one of my competitive 6v6 matches with my team back in the day. We had a dry Bowser bot finish in first place during a match. That is one of the craziest things. It is very uncommon in competitive play. Usually the bot ends up getting last. Every player in the room is better than the hard CPUs, so
that's right. Actually, it's even more uncommon to see happen in competitive play because so many different forms of play choose to forgo having bots in the first place. You might be wondering, how could a bot actually enter the lobby if we've disabled them in the first place? And actually, sorry, I misspoke. We actually do include bots in the lobby, but we always try to fill them out all the way to 12 players so that there aren't any bots in the match. But when they appear, they're not so much as a replacement to fill in the slot. Sometimes they act as a replacement for that player in particular.
Yeah.
And you can see that appear inside of the points, points at the results of the match.
If a player disconnects, a bot will take over for them and keep the point spread even, so you don't have to do any extra math. That's generally why.
Yeah.
So I'm back to the gameplay. I'm looking at Karthik cycling through items. Very nice lead in. Nice lead in first. Good defense for coming into the end of the race. Karthik has chosen to skip most of the shortcuts. I don't blame people for doing that. That is a very. They do require lots of practice.
Plus, with the input delay on the TVs here, it's going to be a bit harder than what you're used to if you've got a low input setup back at home. Meanwhile, it looks like we've got Dan F coming up ahead of Pixel Roger for the last minute 10th place.
Passes him right at the end, and Rocky coming in
for 12th place. I don't think there's really much of anything to do. Everyone else has crossed the finish line.
Karthik maintaining that lead in first.
That's right. Although it's not set in stone that
Not
he'll
yet.
make it out into first place. Of course, Birdo could pull ahead into first place in this final race, and assuming Karthik gets a second, we'll have a two-way tie for first.
Yeah, most likely though, I think Karthik is going to run away with this one.
Yes, I agree. I think the first place on Rainbow Road was definitely a bit of a lucky draw, but we may see something like that happen again.
Not going for coins lap one, but
Right.
I see now we got it. Coins are very important, and that's one of the biggest pieces of advice I'd give to less experienced players is get your money up. Very important. It does a lot more than you think it would.
That is what I'd say very good advice for people who already know the fundamental skills of driving in this game and are looking to improve. Honestly, my number one tip, if anyone is looking to improve in their spare time at Mario Kart, time trials are not a bad way to go. They help you get in practice with actually learning the tracks, and it's definitely not like the most glamorous of tasks, but it is some of the best possible practice.
Absolutely.
A lot of other people like to head into lounge, and that's not bad for like competitive play etiquette, so to speak, or learning how to defend yourself against other players. But truthfully, your skill in lounge is already very highly dependent on your own skill level yourself, which is the best way to improve that is just raw practice in driving. As we said before, we had the NISC, the no item shortcut on the Hyrule circuit.
Karthik getting blued, but he has a coin in hand. Very good strategy keeping that coin in hand. He gets to save his triple bananas, which would have otherwise been destroyed by the blue shell.
It's
right
very,
there's a red to
very surreal for me to see triple bananas in first place coming up here. I mentioned this when Jacob here was running his round on his own, but there are some slight item differences between the normal item set on versus races and the traditional item set that you'll see on Grand Prix. One of such changes is that you can get triple bananas in first place.
Oh, really?
As far as I'm aware, I've never seen that happen in a versus race with normal items.
You're right. I never noticed that. Wow.
And I think this is a lot less certain in my mind, but I'm pretty sure that the double bananas that you can pull in Grand Prix are not something you can get in versus races either. Part of the reason why I bring this up is because competitive play uses the versus rule set.
Yeah. Got 2 bullets in play, finishing up here. Oh, 3 bullets in play.
That's right. And it looks like Rocky actually chose a very good spot to use that bullet bill. We call this a bill extension in competitive terminology. That's when the bullet bill wants to eject you as soon as possible, but it doesn't actually want to do that on any hard turns because you might go into them unprepared and you just hit the wall. So it waits for a point of straightaway before you can actually get dropped out of the bill. So finding the right times to use the bullet bill to maximize how long you're inside of it is also something that's very much worth looking into. For this, video guides or potentially spots on the map are like screenshots of the map on where to use the bullet bill are the best places to look.
Karthik runs away with that first place finish, 57 points.
Yes, that's very good. Beats out me by a couple points too.
Bowser Jr. finishing in 7th, and our last two, sorry, I'm trying to remember the names. That was Pixel Roger finishing in 7th with 21 points. Dan F. and Rocky, respectively, 11th and 12th with 12 and 8 points.
That's right. We've seen a very good turnout so far, and I guess I can feel a little better myself now that I know I'm not the only person to have won without a perfect 60. Not only that, but also not the only competitive player to have not gotten the 60 out too.
Yeah. I think you and Rocky are both in the same boat of not being super warmed up. It's been a while. I know. Sorry, I said Rocky. I meant Karthik.
Yeah, they're both playing Link.
Yeah, I meant Karthik had, like I said, he hasn't played competitive in quite some time, and I think you've just been playing World recently.
Yeah, kind of. Actually, what I was recently playing was Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, but the point stands. I had not picked up Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for a good while until earlier this morning.
Yep, I was doing the same thing. I I haven't played that much of Mario Kart World. I kind of chilled out and stopped playing, took a break from competitive Mario Kart the last couple months. I've been touching in here and there, but I was definitely a little world washed. So I had to, the past 2 days I've been playing a lot of 8 Deluxe Lounge to try and get back into shape for this tournament.
Right. And also this will be, or 8 Deluxe should be the first game of the spring semester that we'll be playing as well.
Oh, yes.
So this is actually some very, well, much needed practice for both of us before we actually enter the collegiate leagues.
Yes.
Yes.
And then on that note of bullets, I do like that topic. The bullet extension is something that I think is getting more visibility. People are learning more about it. I think it's why Yoshi Circuit gets picked so often amongst lower level competitive players.
That's right.
The bullet normally, I believe, is supposed to last about 8 seconds on average. But again, there are some places that the game will not allow the bullet to drop you at. And in such cases, you can get the bullet to extend all the way to 12 seconds, usually at the most part.
That's right. There is a hard cutoff before you get ejected.
That 8 to 12 second difference, making the bullet go from 8 to 12, that is an enormous amount of time, especially when you're actually doing the extension yourself and you're in that situation. You realize just the sheer length of time that the bullet lasts. That's why knowing these bullet extensions is super advantageous.
That's right. And
however, we probably won't see a lot of that during this tournament.
And as he said, there's a pretty good reason why a lot of lower level competitive players would go for Yoshi Circuit for those build extensions, because if you don't know, Yoshi Circuit's outline, or its track layout, it is a side profile of Yoshi. And if you can imagine that in your head, it is basically curvature all the way around.
It's very round, very bubbly. It's a fun track to drive and time trial. Now, I did love time trialing Yoshi Circuit before I got into competitive play. However, I've fallen out of love with the track just because while the turns are fun to drive as fast as possible, that's not the ideal strategy for winning on that track, unfortunately. Is why I do have my issues with Yoshi Circuit as a track.
That's right. Have you gone into detail about what a bagger is?
Ooh, no, we haven't done that.
That's right. We mentioned runners a little bit on our first match, but for those of you who don't know or don't remember, a runner is the sort of track where starting in the first few positions normally helps guarantee that you stay in those first few positions as the track goes on. You're able to maintain that lead while the race progresses. Even if some more powerful items come your way, you can still recover. That's kind of like what we saw in Wario's Gold Mine, especially.
Basically the indicators of a good runner are usually not a lot of off-road and off-road shortcuts, and also lots of coins that are easy for first place to collect. The ideal runner, the best runner in the game, is Wario Stadium, because first place can get ahead, get 4 coins right at the beginning of the race, as well as a bunch more later on, and there is only one very small off-road shortcut at the very end. It is very difficult for the last places to catch back up to first, especially when first can get so many coins so early and run away with it.
Yep. And on the contrary to runners, we've also got tracks called baggers, in which case you may have noticed a couple of people who like to stay in the back for a good while and then catch up on laps 2 and 3. That is the bagging strategy, so to speak.
Yeah, bagging is short for sandbagging. It's a term not just exclusive to Mario Kart. I heard of that even before I played Mario Kart in my competitive swimming experience. But basically, it's staying behind and catching up at the last possible second when you can. And so a good bagger is going to have lots of off-road shortcuts. Usually it's not a good idea to run on these tracks because people can pass you at the very end of the race very easily, and you can get stuck behind without any speed items. Now, this Triforce Cup in particular is interesting because there are all 4 of these tracks not hard runners? I'm just realizing that now.
I've never been great at remembering how each of them are. I think that You're right. Wario's Goldmine is more of a soft runner. It's like ideal for drafting as well.
Yeah.
So top few positions are normally able to keep a good lead because there's a whole lot of straightaways at the start of the track.
You can get draft. You can sit behind players and get a draft off of them. That is called a drafter in the competitive terms.
That's right. You can have tracks that are both runners and drafters as well. It kind of depends on how the actual track works in practice. You'll notice that for Mario Kart World, drafting actually became a much more significant part of the base game at the very least.
That is an early shock.
You're right.
That was crazy. A lap one shock.
I mean, you take a look at how far ahead MatPie has gotten in the race, and you can kind of see there's about half a lap difference between 1st and 12th there. But regardless, that is still a very lucky pole.
So yeah, what I was thinking was I'm thinking about every track in this cup, and all of them are runners. There's not a lot of comeback potential on any of them because there's not a lot of off-road. You know, I don't think Wario's Goldmine has any off-road. Neither does SNES Rainbow Road. Neither does Ice Outpost. And Hyrule Circuit is with its one off-road cut.
You're right.
Is considered a runner because of all the coins that first place can get.
Yes. Now, this is all assuming optimal competitive play.
Yes.
And at this tournament, we're not expecting that from anyone.
No, we're just having fun nerding out over competitive strategy.
And I think as well, when you notice, as we said, there's not too much of an opportunity to get back up. A lot of that relies on your use of items, at least in the competitive scene. What can really help make the difference here is, what can really help make the difference at this tournament too, is your actual driving skill. Since we don't have a lot of people here who play directly in a competitive team, that means that not everyone here necessarily knows the lines in the same way that someone who practices for hours a day or hours a week can really handle things. So, for example, if you know a track really well just out of your casual experience, that can actually give you a significant advantage on your actual on the outcome of the track.
Rosalina and King Boo coming in second and third here. We've got a pretty good looking lineup here for this match.
That's right. We never really introduced everyone here, but as we said previously, MatPie down at the bottom left got our first place.
MatPie, I'm very impressed with that. He's playing that, Luigi isn't the meta combo, obviously, but Luigi is a popular pick in time trials and is close to meta. So him paired with the meta combo of Bitty Buggy and the roller tires, that's a good combo.
That's right. You'll notice as well that some of the time trial world records actually use a bit of a different build from the traditional racing meta. Especially in Mario Kart World, you notice that characters like Wario and Bowser tend to be top picks for high speed, but they aren't normally used for competitive play as much. Most people tend to go for Swoop, the bat.
For more of the tech, and I guess we should introduce the players, all of them.
Yes, we're getting sidetracked here, aren't we?
In the top left on our Diddy Kong B-Racer, B-Dasher combo is Chicken. In the top right on Rosalina, we've got Scoob Doobs. Very fun name, I like that. And then obviously MatPie on Luigi on the bottom left. And finally on King Boo, we've got Jarls. With a very interesting combo. That is the highest possible speed that you can get. I think that's the highest ground speed combo, at least. Maybe not King Boo, but what's that cart called? That cart with the slick tires is the fastest ground speed that you can get in this game.
It's funny because I have a hard time remembering what that one is too, because I know it's not Mach 8 and it's not the P-Wing, but Circuit Special.
Both of us remembered that at the same time.
Like process of
Circuit
elimination.
Special. I do like the design of it, but you do not see it very often. It's, again, the highest ground speed, but in this game, you want that mini turbo stat.
Yep.
And say speed is the second most important stat in the game, but mini turbo far outdoes it.
You'd actually be surprised quite a bit at the differences in meta between Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe in its present state on the Switch. In fact, if you know the bad wagon,
Charles
the
is shocking to
hot
set.
pink car with the subwoofers hanging out of the back. That was, I believe, the meta build for 8 Deluxe for quite a while, partially because fire hopping was a thing. So
Yeah, fire hopping.
so the mini turbo stat was less relevant for time trials because as long as you had the high speed from a mini turbo, you could hold it out for quite a long time.
And Matt Pie struggling on this track with no walls. Barely makes it
yeah.
over, and we've got Scoob Doobs finishing, following up in first place.
That's right.
That'll put Scoob Doobs in first
That's
place.
right. They're doing quite well. A second and a first place is definitely quite good.
And Jarls will be taking second.
A third place as well. Very good for both of them. And it looks like Chicken will be rounding out in 12th place. Although, yes, it is set in stone because everyone else has crossed the finish line already.
You do see, yeah, this is a quite difficult track for newer players,
Especially without like the proper drift knowledge or practice ahead of time.
These turns can be, they're very, obviously it's styled after the original game, off of Super Mario Kart's version, so it's very, I don't know how to describe the turns, but it does throw you off a little bit, the blockiness of it.
Yeah. I'd also argue that the jagged, sharp turns of SNES Rainbow Road are kind of exclusive to Rainbow Road in that game as well. There are some other tracks which have things like that. Bowser's Castle does that. A lot of the iterations have sharp turns, but Rainbow Road is exclusive for being like the one track where there aren't any off-road segments or safety walls to prevent you from falling off. That's where the real danger lies in that track on its original form, and in Mario Kart 8 as well.
Rosalina going for the shortcut here. That's always the question now I have is who's going to go for these extra shortcuts that they put in Ice Ice Outpost. They do save a lot of time, but are very risky to go for.
That's right. You might have noticed that while I was competing, I actually didn't take all of the shortcuts possible, in part because of that controller and the input delay, in part because I hadn't practiced this for a good while. But I did always go for that final shortcut. That's the one I have the most confidence in myself for doing.
That's the most consistent one.
It looks like we got a fight for first and second going on between Matt Pie and Scoob Doobs.
I found out you can make this first one while small, but I don't think either of them are going to go for it. I'd say that very first one that they just passed is the least consistent of the three.
Yep.
Scoob Doobs is going for the second one here, which is much more consistent, but doesn't get any of the tricks.
I'm not sure if they were attempting to trick or not, but actually I would like to spectate them now. I want to see if they take a trick on the ramps as well. Oh, maybe
they get passed up by Matt Pie here. Maybe they're taking first place.
You know that I'm actually quite a bit impressed by Scoob Doobs. Oh, they got shelled, but they couldn't see the shell because of the ink. That is one of the few times when the ink has actually impeded your vision in a significant way.
Yeah, I just had a competitive match earlier today where that very rarely does the blooper actually mess you up, but when it does, it can be brutal.
Yep. Very rarely does an actual player tend to pull it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Looks like Scoob Doobs does go for tricks after all.
Nearly bombs himself, but...
Luckily, the Shock has a bit of invincibility frames. I guess that's something we can be thankful for in the Booster Course Pass, even if you haven't bought the DLC.
Matt Pie's got a good lead here. Going to go safe around this last turn.
However,
cruising into a finish.
Is still in third, and I think if they finish in third, that still puts them in a solid
Donkey
lead.
Kong is hit at the line, but Scoob Doobs can't pass him.
Barely missed it.
Missing out on 2 points there.
Yep. Perhaps if they took the shortcut, could have gotten up to second. But as it stands, third is still a solid position here, and one that probably still keeps them in the overall lead of this Grand Prix.
Jarls gets an 8th place, so we're going to see how that affects the standings.
A 1 point difference.
Matt Pat followed. Yeah, Matt Pat. Oh, wow.
But hey, that's just a theory.
Matt Pie, 1 point behind Scoob Doobs now. That 7th place on the last race was quite brutal. But he's got 2 first place finishes to his name, so now we're going to go into our final race here. Now we're going to watch Matt Pie and Scoob Doobs because this is going to decide overall who takes first in this round. I'm not sure how much it matters overall who gets first. It just matters your points. So as long as they both finish in the 50s, they're going to be in good spot standings for the playoffs.
That's right. I don't actually know how many of the players will remain in round 3. But do keep in mind, we still have a second round to go to as well with, I believe, a new cup.
Oh, they're gonna show us the format here.
That's right. As we previously said,
Scoops gets redded
Excuse me.
out.
we're going to have 2 rounds in which every player will be involved, and after that we will start including our eliminations. And we will soon be aware of how many people will get eliminated at each
Blue
stage.
shell's out, but
Ooh.
Jarls has a horn to get rid of it. Jarls takes out Rosalina as well with that horn. Good play from Jarls there.
All right. We currently
Ooh,
have
but he runs into that tight banana.
Ooh. We currently have 37 players running, and we will be cutting out 13 to get to the top 24. That will be 6 different Grand Prix playing.
There's a bot shock there, I think, unless Chicken used that, because it gets all of our players into set. Ooh, Matt Pie trails out Rosalina with the bananas,
Yeah.
but doesn't get the ramp, runs into
Unfortunate.
it.
I know that.
Jarls in first. This is the most exciting
Actually,
match
yeah.
we've
This-
seen. I'm
this
like,
is shaking things up a whole lot. The
Matt Pat shrooms into first.
the shortcut. Matt Pat.
That's throwing me off.
But a
man.
draft brings him into second, and I think
Jarls.
that will settle it. Oh no, there's sorry, one
one
more lap.
more lap. We got our top 3, and they've got a break in top 3.
Oh,
Oh,
hit the
Jarls
banana
hits
peel.
another banana. Matt Pie
yeah.
gets the ground
But there's a
shroom.
blue shell coming up. As you can see on the map as well, there's about a
good.
quarter of a lap to go before that hits. And there's a significant lead. Oh,
Shocked and Matt
shocked
Pie.
and blue.
Scoop
That
Doobs is
not
shocked in
great.
glider, so
I
Matt
see
Pie.
Charles is
ooh.
coming up pretty now, catches up into first place. Scoop Doobs also in third, not too far behind
Matt
either
Pie
of them.
itemless. Scoop Doobs with 2 shrooms. Waste. Ooh, that
Everyone takes the master cut shortcut, and they're all in very close standing with one another.
It'd be good for Scoop Doobs here to mushroom through the shortcut
and they
try
do.
and.
Oh,
Oh, but hits the plant.
not great. However,
But that's
if
gonna be
Scoop
enough.
Doobs gets second place here, that will be good enough for a win.
Yeah, and that
that
is
settles it out
a
with a-
first place for Scoop Doobs.
And wouldn't you know it, we've got a low battery for player 3. Good thing Matt Pie finished the race.
All right. We're just now waiting for Chicken to finish up. But Jarls gets first place in that race. But points-wise, I don't think Jarls is... that's going to be good for...
That will
It's going to be points-wise.
That'll be very good for Jarls because I don't think they were doing all too hot in points relative to a lot of the high scores here.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
still, that puts
is
Jarls
40
at
points
40
is quite
points.
respectable. I think they're safe from elimination. I mean, this is still round 1, so
Mm-hmm.
we're not going to be all too sure.
And on that note, I am actually up next. So I will be leaving once again. I'll be back once... Oh, right. And we get a new wheel spin, too. So we get a new cup to watch.
That's right. The wheel spin will be coming up soon, but not everyone has finished with their round 1 matches. Again, this was a very good match to watch. I appreciated seeing how close it could get.
I enjoyed that. That was...
All right. And looks like we're going to be having a wheel spin for what cup we'll
Yes.
be going to next round.
Doing it now because I'm going to have to hop off the mic here once we do this.
All right. Which of the 24 cups shall we go to? It looks like we'll be visiting the
Whoa,
Lightning
yes,
Cup.
all right.
One of the originals from Mario Kart 8.
That's a good one. That is going to be, what is in the Lightning Cup?
I
That
know
is
it-
going to be TikTok Clock, Piranha Plant Slide.
And then Grumble Volcano and...
Is it Grumble?
No,
third?
Grumble's in the Leaf Cup. Never mind.
Yeah.
But then I know it ends with N64 Rainbow Road. What is that third track?
That's a really good question. What is that
It's
third
not
track?
another Bowser's Castle because there wasn't another
No,
one
there
at that
wasn't.
point. We're fake fans.
Yeah.
We only
no,
know
this
3
is
of the tracks in the Lightning Cup. Or wait, are we going? Oh no, sorry. It's
Yeah.
back to its default setting. I
Lightning
was like,
Cup it is. So I will be hopping off the mic. I've got to go over.
That's right.
And I'll be back after my match.
That's right. I look forward to seeing you on the mic again, Jacob. back, everybody, to our round 2, which, as we've said previously, has been taking place on the Lightning Cup. You can see here Jacob, our Conk Kids, once again back on stream in first place, swapping out the Teddy Buggy for another one, which is themed around Cat Peach. I just don't remember its name. I believe this one's also an outward drift, but I guess he's deciding to change things up for the fun of the game. So we also got Liam 2 up in the top left, riding the Shy Guy on the Biddy Buggy. Also a very common combo to see built up. And then we've got Scotty riding Link on the Master Cycle Zero. Now those two names between Master Cycle and Master Cycle Zero may sound very similar, but those are some quite different karts. Master Cycle is an inward drift, whereas Master Cycle Zero is outward. And competitively speaking, it's actually considered one of the worst tracks. That is not stopping Scotty from getting a pretty consistent second place. There's a solid gap between him and Conk Kids, but an even larger gap between him and Liam 2. Lastly, rounding out the bunch is Potato Jones coming in 5th, now 6th place. Still a very respectable position, especially since we're leading into lap 3. Anything can happen. Now watch closely, Conk Kids in the bottom left going along the hands of the clock. Never mind, that may not happen anymore because of the shock in the blue. Regardless, those hens are actually a very viable shortcut to not have to take the entire turn as it is. And yes, Conk Kids lines out with the first place. And not too far behind, in lieu of that shock in the blue shell, Scotty comes in with second and Liam with third. And we're rounding out with a top 4 amongst all of our competitors. A very good start to the Lightning Cup. I don't believe we saw that at all during round 1, but I am very much hoping to see this again. Oh, and for those of you who were wondering, I guess I was right in my initial guess. Grumble Volcano is in fact in the Lightning Cup, not the Leaf Cup. Anyway, we're entering Piranha Plant Slide. This one I have a slight affinity to. I've played this one a good amount competitively, and it's largely served me well. I'm a big fan of the ending of the track, and you'll see what happens here. You can see Jacob tried to get into that ramp on the middle, but he actually couldn't get it all the way through. He takes the turner tightly. Strangely enough, this is one time when that is actually not an off-road segment of the track, so you're just totally free to cut the corner there and go off-road. And you can see here, if you stay in the middle of that pipe before you actually submerge, there will be a stream of water that propels you forward slightly faster. Now the ending of this track, like I said, I really like this part of the track, but normally when you're not in first place, because there's a very tight mushroom shortcut you can do. You like blaze through that patch of grass and the cardboard cutout in the middle of it. Ooh, Conk Kids is actually having some good competition with Potato Jones right now. That's kind of to be expected. I mean, they reached top 4 in the first race. Oh, and that's an unfortunate jump from Conk Kids as well. Potato Jones now has a surprisingly substantial lead. Let's see if anything changes in the meantime. Liam 2's catching up well with the Piranha Plants and a star. And lastly, we've got Scotty coming in at 10th place. A bit of a step down from that top 4 we got at the end of last race, but maybe he can turn it around and bring that back up to even first place. After all, we're only on lap 2. There is a whole lot of potential for things to go wrong and things to go right. So you can see here, Potato Jones just did that shortcut I was talking about, straight off the glider ramp, popping that mushroom and going through the patch of grass. And we've got, a blue shell coming in. And will Potato Jones... Oh, no, he attempted to do what we call a mushroom dodge in the game. That is where you're able to use a mushroom to dodge a blue shell. It is, in Mario Kart 8, a fairly tight timing window to do it. If you're trying to do it at home, my personal recommendation, wait for the blue shell to turn inwards. That's not your cue to use the item, but that's your cue to be ready to use the item. So when the blue shell comes at you, it's going to, or when the blue shell first arrives at first place, it swirls around like 2 or 3 times above your head in a circular motion. After that, it hovers in place, it rotates towards the player, and then it starts to dive down. And once it finishes that dive, that's when the explosion occurs. During that dive process, that is your best time to fire off the mushroom. If all goes well, you will dodge the explosion and continue on unharmed. Unfortunately, Potato Jones here was unsuccessful in his timing, but I do appreciate the effort in actually giving that a shot. It's not very often that you get the opportunity to do that. A lot of times people tend to, well, part of the reason why it's so rare is because first place isn't allowed to get any mushrooms from their items, so you kind of have to keep a mushroom on you while entering first place in order to have that opportunity in the first place. We're reaching Grumble Volcano now, and I am very curious to see what transpires here. For those of you who may not remember Grumble Volcano's unique mechanic, the terrain becomes more volatile and unstable with each passing lap. We'll see right now there are a couple of cracks in the ground. None right here, but you'll see them further on in this next open segment. There will be cracks on the ground that kind of show the separation. You know, there's a little bit of shaking right there where there isn't shaking on the main ground. Those pieces will all start to fall apart as the race comes along. This means that it's actually quite a bit harder to take turns tightly if you're not, or if you're too unfamiliar with the crumbled version of the track. Now, I don't doubt that Jacob will have much of a hard time with that. He is, after all, a member of our competitive team, and we've played this track more times than I'm aware of. Potato Jones, Scotty and Liam 2 coming in at 3, 4, and 5 respectively. That's also quite good to see, although that means there's a bot coming in between them and Conk Kids. Hopefully they'll be able to close the gap on that. I would very much like to see a top 4 again. Conk Kids is resting comfortably with a banana peel in both his front pocket and his back pocket. Oh, I'm surprised he threw out the banana peel. He wasn't trailing it out before. And the second one got stolen by a Boo. Unfortunate, but it doesn't seem like Cat Peach is all too set on removing him from first place anytime soon. Although that could be a problem. Potato Jones has 2 red shells coming in third place. If he manages to successfully pass, now we've got a red shell and he can aim it right at Jacob. Will that actually happen? Maybe not. That is a very significant lead that Conk Kids has, and I'm not exactly sure if Potato Jones will back it up. However, I shouldn't be neglecting Scotty here, coming in with 4th, formerly 3rd place, coming in, or before the shock occurred. I think he might be able to pull ahead back into 4th, possibly even 3rd, if he plays his cards right. Ooh, maybe not anymore. Falling into the lava there is definitely not a great start, but did attempt to go off that ramp, but I think had a bit of an improper angle. That will potentially cost him a couple more points. Actually, no. 7th is certainly not all too bad of a result, all things considered, given the amount of times you fall off in that section. I know from experience, a full competitive match, you can easily fall from 1st to 8th, if not 12th at the very worst, off of just one mistake that you make. And lastly, we're ending this round off with Nintendo 64 Rainbow Road. Now, some people who played the original version of Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U kind of made the argument that this Rainbow Road kind of eclipsed Mario Kart 8's original Rainbow Road in its quality. Ooh, Scotty burned out there. I think that's the first time I've seen that happen on screen myself this tournament. But just because you burn out doesn't mean that you're not going to recover that lead, or it doesn't mean that you did it on accident either. But yes, as I was saying, the Wii U's original Rainbow Road, it was kind of, it wasn't exactly all that popular of a track to choose. And I kind of agree in that sentiment, but there was a very popular opinion. And you'll notice that when Nintendo created the box art for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they're actually on Nintendo 64 Rainbow Road. All the karts in Mario, Luigi, or Mario, Peach, Bowser, Link, the Inklings, Isabelle, they're all racing on Nintendo 64 Rainbow Road, not Mario Kart 8's Rainbow Road. And partially that's because a lot of people like this track a whole lot more, and personally I think it looks a whole lot better for the box art than Mario Kart 8's Rainbow Road does. But if you ask me, my favorite iteration of Rainbow Road to race on here would be the Mario Kart Wii Rainbow Road exclusive to the DLC. It's a tough call between that and between Mario Kart World's newest Rainbow Road iteration. Either way, perhaps we should get back to the actual topic of the match. Jacob's approaching the final turn here in first place with a very solid lead. Liam 2's battling it out for second place here. Almost got it, if only not for falling off right there. That's going to bring him back to fourth. And Scotty coming in at 8th and Potato Jones in 7th. This is a Rainbow Road after all, so a little bit more of a difficult climax for sure. And it looks like Conkids once again gets a perfect 60 for round 2. That'll guarantee a tie for first place at the very least, if not first place, assuming nobody else gets a perfect 60. I know that's what I'm going for myself, as is everyone else. That's right, and it looks like Potato Jones coming in at second place with 37. That is a solid score, although that I am a little bit concerned for their sake on whether or not they'll make it in the top 24. I have a feeling they will, though. That doesn't seem like it'll be all too much of a deal breaker, especially considering that there are two other players who scored a little bit below them.
And I have returned from my match. Potato Jones was giving me a good run at a couple of those races. I'd say that's a very strong play right there. I panicked a little bit on that race when I fell off at the beginning of Rainbow Road because it's a short track and there's not a lot of comeback potential. But
that's right. Originally, this was 3 laps on the Nintendo 64, but it got shortened down to just the 1.
Yeah, because no one's trying to play a 6-minute long track.
Unless if it's World Rainbow Road.
Oh, which is 4 minutes long.
In which case, I think that's fine because it's also wholly unique for each of those segments. It's not a repetition of the same thing 3 times.
Yeah, this would be miserable if it was 6 minutes long.
Especially since I don't really think there's too much of an opportunity to gain back a lot of your space on Trainbow, as we call it.
And look at that, Potato Jones now in second, at least with the current scores that are put in. We might see those. I think they're working on updating those right now, so we might see some other ones from the other game. But
that's right.
Good showing from Potato Jones.
Yes, and it looks like Korn, Trent, Karthik, and myself all still coming in at like the next 4 here. I may not have gotten the perfect 60 on the first batch of tracks, but I very much hope to get to that next time. And as we said previously, we'll get the top 24 moving on to round 3. As we can see, we got the top 12 right here, including the 4 players who have already moved on or gotten their second round in.
We've got Trent coming up next.
Yes, I'm interested in seeing what Perfect Penguin's able to do himself. He gave me quite a run for my money on my round 1. In fact, beat me that one time as well. But as you can see, our scores are not too far apart from each other.
Do we know if is Perfect Penguin playing in the next round, or are we just? We don't know.
I believe so. I don't think I saw him leave, but I wasn't also looking at the doorway.
Trent is up next. I know that. I'm not sure which screen he will be on, but Trent will also be. All right.
Okay.
Just confirm that we will be watching Trent for this next match.
That's right. Because I remember I might have raised an issue or two with one of the controllers on that TV, and I believe there was another one on there that had a low battery. Did you bring any controllers for yourself, Jacob, to race with?
I did. I'm like, I'm not taking a chance on a controller that might not work, so I brought my own here. As much as I wanted to bring my
Switch 2 Pro.
Yeah, but they're playing on a Switch 2, so I could have brought my Switch 2 controller. Yeah.
Dang, I brought my Switch 2 Pro.
I knew it was going to be an 8 Deluxe tournament, so I'm like, all right, as much as I want to bring my Switch 2 Pro, I'll bring my Switch 1 because you can't obviously that's not compatible. The Switch 1 controller works on the 2, but the 2 doesn't work on the 1.
Yep.
And I figured we'd be playing on a 1, but that TV I just played on, I pretty sure is a Switch 2.
What
so
made,
they brought
what
my
made you think
controller.
that?
Yeah, the Switch 2 has on the home screen the little circles on the bottom. There's like a line of circles for like the eShop, the controller, the settings. There's more of them. There's like 3 more of them on the Switch 2 than there is on the Switch 1.
Are you sure? Because I think those ones got added in as well. Like, or no, sorry, Game Chat isn't on the Switch. No, Game Chat and Game Share, I think both appear on Switch 1. Game Share does, I know, because you can stream certain games to the.
But also look how
Switch.
fast the game is loading.
You know, that's fair.
That's another thing.
That's fair. I think I can see that now. The big giveaway for load times isn't so much on loading into a track, but loading into the game at first.
Yeah. The Switch 2 launches it so fast. It's very nice.
Yep.
And
But yeah.
Here we go with our next round.
Trent coming in, snagging up first place very quickly. Meanwhile, we got the return of Jarls on King Boo in the Circuit Special. That's right, I remember the name of the cart this time.
Big fan of that combo. In our top right, we got Doized, who we haven't seen yet, and who's rocking with the Rosalina Teddy combo, which is very close to meta as well.
That's right. Rosalina comes with the heavyweight stats, so I believe that means a bit higher top speed, but also a little bit worse acceleration as a trade-off.
A little lower mini turbo, little higher speed. So a lot of times that trade-off is made in time trials. We don't see it as much in competitive, but Rosalina is close enough to where it is a viable combo.
Right. It's kind of like the same thing as how I go for Inkling Girl, who is close enough to the meta medium characters as as I said previously, Yoshi, Birdo, Peach, Daisy, and Peachette.
And then finally in our bottom left, we got Aspect Keys rocking the Luigi Yoshi Bike combo. Yoshi Bike being the equivalent of the Teddy Buggy, but for inward. Luigi, though, I think I talked about Luigi as well being close enough to meta.
That's right.
I think it actually has to say, and Aspect Keys pulls Shock, spams it out, gets top 3, gets Trent into set, and onto a boost panel. So that was a really good Shock for Trent.
Yes. Actually, this is probably a good time to bring up a bit of competitive Shock strategy. So obviously, when you're playing on a team, you kind of want to alert your teammates so when you're firing off the lightning, that they can use their items or they can enter what we call a dodge state. There's a handful of items.
And Rosalina pulls quadruple reds. That is powerful. Trent is going to have to... Oh, but 2 of them are taking a rat. But they're taken out by the boomerang from the bot.
That is unfortunate, but hopefully they can still snag on to third if they fire off their last red shells.
Trent wins that one. That Shock was so good for Trent. I can't express that enough.
And an unfortunate timing of the trick puts Doist back into 5th place. No, 6th as Jarls takes the
rough
lead.
finish. Jarls snags that 5th place spot right at the end.
Aspect Keys unfortunately falls off the clock head or clock face and hopefully hangs on to 11th.
Yeah, we are playing the Lightning Cup, so these are some of the toughest tracks in the game.
At least in the base game.
Yeah, in the base game, that was there's the Special Cup for the hardest Nitro tracks, and then the Lightning Cup for the hardest of the Retro tracks. Yep. And still, even with all the booster cores, these still remain some of the hardest tracks in the game. That's
right. I know from experience, Grumble Volcano, even at the competitive level, has a very high difficulty level to it. In part because, as the laps progress, there's less and less space for you to share with your competitors.
Yeah.
So you thought that rail grinding in Mario Kart World was an easy spot to get knocked off that? Grumble Volcano is pretty much the same.
Now we're going to see what Trent can do here. He is playing on Inside Drift, and Piranha Plant Slide is known as one of the better tracks for Inside Drift.
That's right. One of the defining characteristics of the first year top team for ASU was we had a majority of inwards, which is a very rare thing to see happen.
It is quite rare.
Happen in a competitive team. But you know what? We embraced that. We kind of actually used it to our advantage a couple of times too in our track picks. And as retaliation, a lot of the other teams pulled out their the best tracks that could be used against inwards from an outward majority team. Stuff like Mushroom Gorge, for example, that is very much not what an inward player wants to see on their track lineup.
Trent is running away from it. Shocked once again into set. These shocks just keep helping. And he pulls a horn from that.
That's very good. I know from a lot of experience that a well-timed shock, even when you're in first place.
And here comes the blue shell right on time.
Let's cross our fingers. No more shocks and no more boos.
And he sees it. He's holding it.
Oh, yeah. And there it goes.
Again, the shocks just keep benefiting Trent so much. It's crazy.
Right. If not for that shock, there probably wouldn't have been a horn to pull.
But I like that thing about ASU being an inside drift team. Like I mentioned, I guess I mentioned earlier in the stream, the outside drift, the regular kart drifting style is generally considered to be better. Inside drift does have its advantages on some tracks, which ASU does use to its advantage in tracks like Toad's Turnpike or Piranha Plant Slide.
Paris Promenade.
Paris Promenade is a very popular one.
Oh,
usually,
and here comes another blue shell. No horn, but a very solid lead.
His lead is so big it shouldn't matter.
Yep. Only thing to worry about are King Boo and his 3 mushrooms, but that's still too far away to count.
And Jarls has got a good setup here with these mushrooms, able to take that final shortcut.
Yes. Oh, and well prepared for it too.
Yeah, ASU, our competitive team, is usually competitive teams maybe have 1 inward player or 0. It's quite uncommon. ASU, the top lineup, I think, at the peak had 4 out of 6 of the players on inside drift. Myself being one of the only kart players. You Bonanza are an inside drift player, as well as our top 3 players, Cairo, Slick, and Drugels, all play inside drift.
Yes, that was a very interesting turn of events to see all of us end up in this position where we all kind of founded the team together and then all just kept on with the Yoshi bike from there. And see, it was in the Lightning Cup after all.
It was, yeah. I don't know. For a second, I thought that Grumble was the, you know what you're thinking? Mario Kart Wii. I'm pretty sure Grumble Volcano was the final track in the Star.
But I thought it was in the Leaf Cup, though. That was...
Yeah, when you said that, I thought, yeah, it is the end of the Leaf Cup.
But no, that was Yoshi Valley in the Leaf Cup.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, I think Grumble was the final track in the Star Cup on Wii. It wasn't in the in the Special Cup.
I agree with that. I think that's right. Because I know Special Cup you had like dry dunes, or no, desert ruins or something. It was a desert track. Then Moonview Highway, Bowser's Castle, Rainbow Road. As we can see now, Trent is still maintaining that first place lead. And everyone else is doing pretty solidly too. We got a 5th, 6th, and 7th with just a handful of bots separating Trent from the rest of the pack. Let's see if any of those other teammates are able, or any of those other players are able to surpass the bots and earn a couple more points for themselves. I think we've never actually discussed what actually is happening with the points inside of Mario Kart, but for those of you who don't know, obviously we've been talking about this perfect 60. That's because first place will get 15 points for winning. However, there is a significant drop-off in points from first to second and a little bit less from second to third, which makes those top 3 spots, especially those top 2, the most important ones to get if you're going for high points. Everything after third place, the points will decrease by 1 until you get to 12th place, who's at 1 point. So, a lot of times, even just getting the top 2 or top 3 in a team of 6 is enough to help guarantee that they get more points from that race than the other team does. Now, looks like Jarls is potentially going to give Trent a run for his money. They're quite close to one another. Oh, and Jarls briefly takes over, almost trails Trent, but just barely misses it. This is quite close, but Jarls only has a mushroom. Will he be able to make the shortcut? Oh, doesn't attempt it, but could pull ahead at the end? I guess not.
That shortcut is going to be a... Oh, yeah, Sorry, I was a little distracted. That shortcut at the end is the easier mushroom shortcut to pull off. You can only do it on lap 3. at least, or if you wait long enough.
Right. Last round on your cup, Jacob, there was someone who attempted doing it, but they shot themselves far
Oh,
too off to the
no.
left in order to actually make it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's right. Well, it looks like Trent's coming in with that 45, hoping to make this a perfect 60. And as we enter N64 Rainbow Road, that is looking like it's going to be a pretty big possibility. Let's
All
see.
right, Rosalina Doise burns out at the beginning of the race, but those CPUs are not moving very fast.
That's true. This is something interesting about how the bots actually work in Mario Kart 8. They don't all attempt to go for first place. Each of them has a set position that they attempt to go for, and once they actually reach that place, they kind of stop trying to gain on the other bots. So that's why you normally always see the same bot in second place approaching you from first. I can't actually make out who it is in this time, because our second place is actually Doise right now, who has a red shell, and red shells they're not hard to defend against. But
Wiggler hits the chain chomp, but
Oh,
also
yeah.
that red is shocked out. And in
That's
this
right.
situation, I'd say it might be advantageous for, if they still had that red, for Doise to have held that red themselves and used it to protect against third place. There still hasn't been a blue shell, so Trent is susceptible to that.
this is a fairly short course now,
That is true,
so
though.
there is a high possibility of no blue shell.
Yeah.
Some other tracks you might see that happen on are Moo Moo Meadows, and unfortunately Doise runs over that banana peel. on the
Yeah.
left.
Doise pulls
I can
plant,
hear
though.
their screams of frustration happening there.
Doise pulls plant. That's going to help make up a few spots.
Hopefully they can get up to third.
Oh, and Charles drifts off the track trying to avoid that plant. That's rough. Not much you can do there other than kind of just hit the brakes.
Yeah. But it looks like Doise is going to make it in for 5th place.
Yeah, Doyle's.
That's very solid. And Aztec Keys is racing in a bullet with another bot to get hopefully 11th.
If they
And I
don't,
think that'll be it.
Just
Just barely.
I think the bot might have slowed down for them there because Aspect Keys had 0 coins at the end, so that wasn't.
Do bullet bill speeds get affected by coins?
Yeah, all the speed items are affected by your coin count. So that's why when you're bagging, even if you're trying to get a bullet, the coins will help you go faster with any of the speed items.
Huh.
Trent with a perfect 60 as well. That's going to tie him for first overall in the stands with me. I haven't seen Korn, who was the other 60-point player. I'm not sure if they went or not. And like I mentioned before, we've got 2 different games going on at the same time to get through these prelims faster. You're only seeing one of them, so Korn might have played in the other one. I'm not sure.
That's right. That's why you may have noticed a couple of people you might not have seen in round 1 joining us on stream for round 2, such as I think Doise and Aspect Keys.
Yeah, Doise and Aspect Keys we did not watch in round 1. They were on the opposite monitor.
That's right.
Decent performance from Jarls here, 37 points. I wonder what, and Jarls did pretty well at the end of round 1 as well. I think also had 40, so that's going to put, actually I think Jarls did have 40. I can't believe I remember that.
Huh.
So that's gonna put him at 77.
Yeah. Either way, 40 and a 37 is probably going to help propel them into round 3. Oh, I just heard my
Oh
name get
yeah,
called
no,
up.
I definitely think that Jarls is making it to the.
All right. Well, looks like I will be joining the match soon. So thank you. I'm Bonanza, and I will join you on the next round.
So for the time being, you're just going to be listening to my beautiful voice. I'll see if there's anything else that I want to bring up here. I'm having a lot of fun doing this. See our lower scores as well. Now keep in mind some of these players haven't played their second round yet, so obviously they're going to be a bit lower than they otherwise would be. We're going to have to wait to see. I couldn't tell you exactly which of these names I've played. One's like, I don't think, yeah, Matt Pie hasn't gone yet. I know that one, but otherwise. Perfect Penguin got 51. Perfect Penguin was that one player that I was watching. But the Lightning Cup is an interesting one because, oh, 1 second. And here's our top scores. Most of these players have played 2 matches. We're going to see Corn, the 9th, 10th, and 11th right there. Corn, Karthik, and Bonanza are all playing in this next round. I don't think we're going to get to see Corn and Karthik, but we will be watching Bonanza once again. Most of these players... Let's see, I'm taking a look. Scoob Doob's just played with a 106. That's a pretty high score. So we're definitely seeing... I think most of these names we're going to see in the round 3 in the playoffs once we start doing that. I'm just taking a look at some of these names, trying to see if I recognize them. No, I think Scotty, I believe I just played against Scotty in my last one. So with 51 points, that's going to be a difficult one. I mean, obviously it's dependent on whether or not, I mean, how everyone else does in the upcoming matches, but that's going to be tight. 51 points to move on for Scotty. But the Lightning Cup, I'm a big fan. A lot of these tracks are quite difficult, and if there are any viewers that were paying attention for my match, I did struggle a little bit. I fell off the track a couple of times on Piranha Plant Slide and Rainbow Road, going for strategies that I probably should have taken a safer line. I hate to be the guy that keeps blaming the hardware, but it is a significant difference playing 4 players at 30 frames per second on a large TV. The latency between when you press a button versus when it actually happens on screen is more significant. It makes precise inputs more difficult, and so a lot of players, myself, I feel I am playing quite well still, but a little bit of a, I wouldn't say a handicap because everyone's playing with the same handicap, but it does lead to some embarrassing moments that I'd prefer didn't happen. Looks like we might have some changes to the lineup right now. They're still trying to figure out. I've been told we're missing a player from one of the lineups. Maybe someone had to leave early, and that figures. Some people, and I've done this tournament before, and they do say it goes from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., but it is 8:57 right now. And we still have 3.5 rounds to go. I mean, the rounds will get shorter once more players start getting eliminated, but still, this is going quite over time, and so I don't blame people if they do have to leave. Thankfully, I am here for the night. I'm shooting for that first place finish. Unfortunately, I won't be able to commentate over the finals. I mean, okay. If I make the finals, I'll say that. You never know what'll happen. It is Mario Kart after all. We got some people coming back into the room. Got some people surprised at their rankings. And I'm listening. Let me actually take a look. I am quite far away from the actual gameplay, so I will be. It looks like our other match is still going on. They must have started late, so I think we're waiting for them to finish so we can figure out the lineups. I think that's why we're holding for a second. They're still racing on Rainbow Road. But yeah, the Lightning Cup is, I mean, I'd say one of the better cups in the game. I'm not super big on all of the tracks, but I'd say I'm quite decent at them. Obviously, there's TikTok Clock. TikTok Clock is, oh, 1 second, sorry. All right, we're only going to be watching 3 players. Fuzzball, Chicken, and our very own Bonanza will be playing on the monitor over here. I will be commentating on that. They're still announcing it, and like I said, when the voice in this room comes on the speakers and starts talking, it is hard to keep your train of thought. Looks like we got some more scores coming in from the match that just finished up. Matt Pye moves into 4th place with 99 points. Just under 100. We're getting the scores coming in. Ash, 47. Sorry, 74. But where was I? TikTok Clock is a fun techie one. It's got some no-item shortcuts, or NISCs, like we were talking about earlier. It's got some NISCs that are quite difficult to pull off. I'm surprised I got them myself on lap 1, especially with the difficulties, hardware difficulties. Piranha Plant Slide, I did fail. I'm gonna be honest. I did fall off the track trying to do something that I probably shouldn't have been doing on this setup. And we got our screen coming up. There are 3 players for this one. Chicken. Ooh, I'm sorry. Still getting a little tired here. It's getting late. They gave me a Red Bull, but not enough to stop me from yawning. Bonanza going with that classic pink Inkling. It is, you know, you recognize it. You know exactly who it is. It's the only player I know in collegiate that plays Inkling. So yeah, in our top left, we've got Chicken. Top right, Bonanza. And bottom left is Fuzzball. Going through the same 4 tracks. And I get that they're trying to standardize it. I do wish we got to spin the wheel. Make it a little more interesting, because you're watching the same tracks over and over again. But Bonanza off to a good start. He doesn't go for the NISC at the beginning, but I think it's been, like you said, it's been a while since he's played, so that is a riskier one to go for. Starting off is, ooh, dodges that red shell with the pendulum. That is, obviously I don't think he intended for that to happen, but got lucky there. Now this section right here, getting tricks off of those cogs is quite difficult to get all 4 of them. Ideally you want to get all 4. Chicken trying to get rid of items. Throws that red shell a little late. Chicken. Actually, wow. All 3 players going with inside drift. That is interesting. Fuzzball and Bonanza both on the Yoshi bike, but Chicken going with the Jet bike. Jet bike isn't... Generally, when you see inside drift players at higher levels, they're playing one of 2 inside drift options. There are only 5 bikes in the game, and we've done a lot of talking about inside drift. There are maybe 50 different karts in this game, and only 5 of them have inside drift. It's just shockingly popular, though, because it's half the bikes. A little less than half, maybe 40% of the bikes are inside drift. So you see them get picked a lot because people just like to pick bikes, I think. The Bonanza's got a horn in first. Very nice. Coin gets shocked out, though. Hits him onto the cogs, but he's too small to trick off of any of them. He's going for it, but... Fuzzball's got mushrooms, but there aren't a lot of good spots to use mushrooms on TikTok Clock. This is one of those hard runners we were talking about. There are no, and I mean no, off-road at all on this track. So mushrooms can't get you very far. Fuzzball chains into the double very well, but falls off the track, which is going to cost him. Bonanza finishes in first, and Fuzzball's zooming into the finish line. Can the bullet catch the mushroom? No, it can't. Fuzzball takes 6th, and Chicken is coming in 8th. I guess we were talking about the Triforce Cup earlier, how it was all 4 runners. This is kind of the same. All 4 of these tracks don't really have that much off-road. Slide, you know, honestly, I can't remember what they consider this. It's only got 1 shortcut at the very end, which saves a bit of time. You could consider it a shroomer. That's really the only spot where you can really save time with speed items. So it's good for last minute comebacks. But otherwise, there isn't much you can do. And we're going to see Bonanza run away with this. Ooh, nails that trick at the beginning, the one that I failed. And so he, being an ASU player, has a lot of experience on this track. This is one that we pick a lot. Sorry, I just watched Morton go flying off the edge there. Bonanza, oh, he doesn't chain the coin into the double, which is interesting. Fuzzball pulls 4 shrooms. I think Fuzzball knows the shortcut, but doesn't land the drift, so goes right into the wall. But yeah, so TikTok Clock is a hard runner, not a lot of comeback potential. This is not, like I said, there's a shortcut on Piranha Plant Slide at the very end that we watched Fuzzball take. But otherwise, it's very good for first place. Grumble Volcano as well is considered a shroomer because there is a really good mushroom cut, but I don't expect us to see it at all. It is very difficult to pull off and requires a lot of precision that I don't think we're going to see here. Bonanza starting lap 3. Fuzzball is following up in 3rd. Bonanza's blued, but that lead is so large, so big that Fuzzball pulls a golden in 3rd. Hits the shortcut well that time. Chicken once again. Now that glider is difficult for new players or inexperienced players. Inexperienced players tend to press the stick in a certain direction, and if you push that stick up, you will hit that wall. It is very easy to hit that wall at the end. What wall am I talking about? It's the one that Bonanza is about to go over right here. That glider shoots you almost straight upwards. So if you push down, if you angle yourself down, you're falling off the track. Bonanza with a smooth victory. I think Fuzzball's going to have the opportunity to get second here with these mushrooms. Spams the mushrooms early, and no, they're going to lose. Oh, barely hung on to second there. And Chicken once again. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's deceptive how your angle when you come out of that. It's very difficult for inexperienced players. Moving on to Grumble Volcano here. We're going to see how Bonanza does here. Race number 3. We're hoping, Bonanza's hoping for a solid 60 points here after he fell short of 60 points in round 1. Wants to put himself up at a solid 115. That'll put him in 3rd place behind Trent and I. Both of us are at 120. Chicken ghosts some triple shrooms, and there is uses all of them at once. Fuzzball pulls the ghost now. Steals triple shrooms again. Let's see if Fuzzball can use that to their advantage. There aren't a lot of shroom cuts on Grumble Volcano. A lot of the corners that you can cut barely save that much time. There are 2 good ones. One that's really only available on lap 3. And one that... Ooh, Chicken pulls the shock and spams it out. Gets Fuzzball after set, so Fuzzball's not going to have an item for a little bit. Running into the red shell as well. Bonanza only gets a coin from the set, but he's far enough ahead that it's really not going to matter. Did Bonanza just fall off the track? I looked away for a split second. Chicken struggling on Grumble Volcano. One of the hardest tracks in the game. I don't blame him. Goes for the double. Fuzzball. They're starting lap 3, but Bonanza is once again miles away. Bonanza running away with 1st place here. Miles ahead of 2nd. Chicken struggling in the tighter section. Fuzzball, is Fuzzball going to take that shortcut? Ooh, goes around it. Maybe a smart decision, but oof, ends up falling off the track anyway. Gonna pass Morton here. The CPU is going to slow down to let Fuzzball get an extra point. And Chicken should just spam that bullet. I'm not sure where Chicken is going. That is a 12th place for Chicken. We got one more race. This is going to be our shortest race of the Cup. This is one of the shortest tracks in the game, and it's not too much of a challenge to time trial this track in under a minute on 200cc, which I myself have done. It's the only track I've gotten under a minute. AB Park would also be an easy one to do under a minute on 200, but I'm just not really a 200cc player. I don't enjoy it that much. Bonanza gets back into his early lead. Takes that turn very tight. Pays off. This is another one of those tracks that's going to be good for inside drift because of the long, wide turns. Fuzzball and Chicken doing quite well. We're going to see, though. Chicken pulls a mushroom, but just like almost every other track in this cup, there aren't really any good spots to use mushrooms. The best spot would probably be around turns, but... Ooh, Chicken gets smart bounced by a random green. That's unlucky. There's a blue shell coming up for Bonanza. You gotta watch out, because Fuzzball's in 2nd with double reds. Oh, but he's got double defense, so Fuzzball can't do anything. And yeah, Chicken with more mushrooms. There just aren't any good spots to use mushrooms on this track. So the time trial just uses them around turns. No off-road at all. Wouldn't call this a runner, though. I think it's considered a drafter, but, you know, even at my experience level, it's hard to tell the difference. They play very similarly. Chicken throwing all the red shells up at the same time, which isn't ideal. And Bonanza flying, and Fuzzball falls off. And Fuzzball keeps second, that's the question. Chicken also off the track. That final turn is proving to be difficult. Fuzzball gets second. And an easy 60 points for Bonanza. That's going to put Bonanza at third overall in the standings with 115. I think he got 55 the first match. 115 for Bonanza overall. All right. And I'm sure he's very happy with the 60-point performance. Moving on to the scores here. We see, yep, that does move Bonanza up into third. We've got 4 players over 100 points total between the 2 rounds, with myself and Trent sitting at a solid 120, undefeated in any of those 8 races. Bonanza did get, I believe, oh yeah, he would have had 3rd place on SNES Rainbow Road in round 1, which is why he's sitting at 115. And that's us, the representatives from the ASU Mario Kart team. We've been playing together for over, I've known these guys, I've been playing with these guys for over a year now, so I'm well familiar with with their games. But I'm having fun watching some of these people. People like Scoob Doobs and Matt Pie, who have surprised me. And then we are getting Penguin, who also had a solid performance in round 1. Penguin's coming up next. Now we're coming up on the last couple matches of round 2. I think we might have 2 left. Yes, I've confirmed we do have 2 matches left before we start eliminating players. Things are going to speed up after that. It's going to get a little more intense. Looking forward to those finals matches. I think we are all right. We're getting a look at some of the other ones. Looks like we don't have the scores from the other match yet because Korn and Karthik are up currently on the other monitor. So we're going to get those scores. We're going to see if Korn could repeat, which I wasn't able to watch. So I'm very excited to see these scores because Korn and Karthik, they played separately, both scoring near perfect. Korn did get perfect. Karthik got second on 1 race, which left him with 57 points. And then they just played each other. So we're going to see how many points they both end up with. I'm going to see if I can take a look at the other screen. took a look at the scoreboard, but I'm not quite sure who got what score. We had one player on that match with 57 points and another with 51. Whether one or the other was Korn or Karthik, I wasn't able to tell, so we will see when I get those scores. So you ran away with your 60 points.
That's right. I'm back, and I got the 60 that I set out to achieve.
Oh, it looks like, yeah, Karthik was the one who got that 57, Korn with 51, so that puts him in 4th and 5th place. We've got a solid standing, and this is...
That's right. It's looking so far like we might have a majority population of the Final Four being ASU team members.
With the matches left, I don't know if there's any other players who... I'm actually wondering, I think Penguin might be... able to get up into the 110s range, but otherwise
just about everyone else in those top spots has already played their second round, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone we're looking at right now in the top 12 has played 2 matches.
You know, I can actually look at the TVs playing right now, and it looks like one of these rounds only has 2 people actively playing, which doesn't seem like it's all that big of a deal for the most part, but there are 2 crucial things that happen in a 2-player split screen that separate it from any of the other forms of split screen. Number 1, the game plays at 60 frames per second as opposed to 30. This, of course, is also what one player plays at as well, which I believe is why Mario Kart's online mode only limits itself to 1 or 2 players so that everyone has the same frame rate. Second off, the aspect ratio is split vertically as opposed to horizontally, which means that your field of view in a 2-player split screen is going to be quite different from that in 4-player. However, the match we're watching is going to have 3 players, so we'll have the traditional 30 FPS widescreen view that we normally do. All right.
Looks like we're working on getting those names up on the screen, but I'm seeing an interesting combo. I don't know if we've watched this person in the top left. Waluigi
Mach 8.
That is a very interesting combo. High anti-gravity speed with the Mach 8 and Waluigi build. It seems like a mix of all the different metas from
the ages, right?
Because Mach 8 was a meta combo in 8 on the Wii U, and then Waluigi was the meta.
Greened yourself.
Waluigi greens themselves. Waluigi was the meta character in 8 Deluxe before the Wave 4 balance patch in 2023. And then after that balance patch, the Yoshi group became the meta combo. That paired with the roller wheels. So it's like we got a mix of all the different eras.
That's right. I find it really interesting to see how much less popular Waluigi became in online play immediately after the meta dropped. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but it's kind of like, you know how Funky Kong was the most popular character in Mario Kart Wii's online. I almost feel like if Funky Kong wasn't a meta character, he'd still be quite popular for online races.
Probably. Funky Kong and you think it's that, or is because Funky Kong was a very niche character even when he was added into Wii, and so I think he is cool overall, but I don't know if he would have been as popular if he wasn't the best character in that game.
That's fair. I mean, you're right, because even if you look at his character design in Donkey Kong Country, for example, it's surprisingly different from what you'd see in Mario Kart Wii or Donkey Kong Barrel Blast or something like that. Anyway, it looks like we got those names back up on the screen. We've got Sky J, still rocking the Waluigi, just changing up the cart choice. Ferrari Goat, which I believe this is the first time we've seen them play. And lastly, Moderwellen making their return on screen. Moderwellen just pulled into second place, and it looks like that'll secure their spot for the end of the race. Meanwhile, Ferrari Goat still pushing out into 12th place. Maybe they'll be able to push it back up into 11th or 10th with that bullet bill.
Sky J and Moderwellen top 2 here. And did we see them in round 1?
I saw Moderwellen, that's right. Maybe they were playing against you at some point.
Oh, yeah, that could have been the case. I don't remember watching either of these two.
Actually, you're right. You weren't there with me when I was spectating Moderwellen.
We got Furry Goat coming in last place there. Yeah, people did not like the Waluigi Wiggler meta. People were very tired of that, and Nintendo wanted to change that. So they didn't nerf any characters, they just buffed the stats of a couple of them.
Ooh, SkyJ burns out a bit,
Oof.
sacrificing the lead, but seeing their skills at TikTok clock, they probably have what it takes to bring them back up to first.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah, nobody really plays Waluigi. You don't really see Waluigi anymore since the balance patch. Even in time trials, kind of got left behind as almost every other character class got stat buffs.
Right.
So Waluigi, Roy, and Donkey Kong, I think, are all the same weight class, so you don't see them much anymore.
That's
It's a
right.
shame.
It's
I
also
love
worth
Donkey
noting that for Mario Kart 8, there are the list of stats and available when you're customizing your carts. Those tell a good but not complete story over the stats of your cart. There are minute details that are different that don't necessarily appear inside of those stat screens between characters or cart parts. One of which, of course, is the way that they handle whether it's inward or outward. But more specifically, there are a lot of heavyweight characters. For example, like we said, Waluigi, Donkey Kong, and Roy, who share completely identical stats. But there's other heavyweights too, characters like Rosalina, for example, and the metal characters who have slightly different stats from those other characters we previously mentioned.
Yeah, there are character classes, so there are some groups with the same stats. Metal characters like Metal Mario and Pink Gold Peach. Like I said, Waluigi, Roy, and Donkey Kong all have the same stats. And then we've mentioned the true meta, the Yoshi class, multiple times now.
Yeah, the 5 characters.
SkyJ missing out in the box there. Snagged by Toadette.
But it looks like... Oh, this is actually pretty fortunate to them. The blue shell's coming up, and they're not in first.
Yeah. Oh, but they keep getting trailed. It's unlucky.
That is unfortunate. They've got one lap to turn it around, though. And they've already gotten up to second.
Materwellen takes first. Throws the boomerang away.
Personally, I don't think that's what I would have done, but I understand that boomerang is not the ideal thing for item defense.
Runs into the Goomba as well, letting SkyJ take the lead again.
Yep. And we've got Ferrari Goat back in 10th. Hopefully they can grab a couple more items and put these together, but unfortunately SkyJ
falls
drops
off
back
the
into
track.
4th. Materwellen attempts to
Nearly
snag with the banana.
SkyJ
almost bombs himself.
nearly bombed himself.
This will be a close one to see who comes out on top. Maybe a bot, maybe a human.
Materwellen but Materwellen runs into the pipe.
And SkyJ gets the double items with no mushroom, but 2 reds. That is...
Materwellen does pull a mushroom right at the end. This is going to be close.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Oh, but can't make the turn. Is he going to...
Oh,
it snipes out SkyJ right at the end.
Ooh, that
wow.
was 3rd place, too. That was quite an excellent ending of the game, or ending of the track.
Wow, look at that. You'd love to see that.
Yep. I said this while you were away on your round 2, but I think my favorite part of Piranha Plant Slide is that ending, because there's a whole lot of antics you can get up to with either a mushroom or a well-placed item.
It's that final turn. It brings a lot of chaos every single time at the end of that track.
Yeah.
It's one of the tracks with the most chaotic endings, I'd say. And that ending puts Materwellen into first place overall in the standings.
Yes, I hadn't noticed that, but good call. SkyJ misses the turbo, but doesn't burn out. That is a bit better, in my opinion. And looks like first place, the bottom right corner showing us that Daisy has taken the lead, but not for much longer.
Redded out by SkyJ.
Yep, SkyJ and Materwellen take the top 2 spots. Ferrari Goat isn't too far behind at 7th.
Won the wide path. How about Materwellen hits the off-road?
That's right. One thing I'm curious to see now is there are a handful of shortcuts on this track that more or less require a mushroom to execute. I'm curious to see if any of our racers actually get an opportunity to take them and whether or not they do.
Yeah, I was commenting on that earlier. There are a few. There is Most of the corners that you can cut off with the off-road really don't save that much time. SkyJ is going past one right here.
And they all kind of require a mushroom too, don't they?
There are two significant...
SkyJ getting comboed a bit.
Yeah, and Motherwell misses the box. There are two significant shortcuts on this track that you can take with a mushroom. There's the one at the very end, only accessible on lap 3, and then one that's quite a bit more difficult. SkyJ is coming up on it here, but obviously they're not going to take it. You can cut this corner very tight, but it does require a lot of precision, and I don't think we're going to see it at all.
Yeah, that's a cut that even I wasn't actually aware of until just now. Generally, even if there are some cuts that save time, sometimes they're really just not applicable outside of time trials. And looks like SkyJ's fallen into third, but looks like the rest of the pack isn't doing too hot either. So they still remain the top.
SkyJ gets bombed. Ooh, a good bomb left by that Luigi computer.
Yeah,
a good spot for a computer to.
Yep, can't forget about that Luigi death there.
This is lap 3. Motherwell's fallen behind on a pretty difficult track.
That's right. If they want to keep the lead on SkyJ, they'll need to actually make it up as well in their points.
SkyJ is going for the double. Oh, but Toadette's going to snag it. That's rough. There really isn't much you can do.
The gap is actually closing between SkyJ and Motherwell.
Oh, but he uses the mushroom early, not in the spot. I don't blame him.
Probably for the best. That'll be third and fourth. Second, never mind.
SkyJ takes second at the end. The CPU's kind of slowed down there. We got 2-4. I think that's gonna put SkyJ ahead by maybe 1 point.
It'll all come down to N64 Rainbow Road. Unfortunately, Ferrari Goat seems to be struggling a bit with the off-road on this track.
It is there's one of the most difficult tracks in the game.
Yeah. There's a lot of off-road here, and honestly, I think I'd much prefer to be struggling on that than to keep falling off into the lava.
Yeah.
And yes, you're right. Well, SkyJ comes up by just 1 point, and looks like Roy's still down there at 4 points, unfortunately. So I don't believe they'll be able to make it all the way back up to the top scoring.
This might be the last we see of Ferrari Goat.
You know, I'm not sure actually. We've actually had a good amount of people drop out due to time for this tournament so far. So there could already be 13 or so people gone, but it's kind of hard to tell from our position here how many people are physically present.
Yeah, and I was mentioning that earlier. We did have a lot of people who just simply don't have the time to stay. And I get that. I understand. And it's a very casual tournament. So
that's right. The downside of having so many people here means that it will inevitably take more time. We've got 2 consoles running the games, which is definitely much better to have than just the one. But
SkyJ missing all the tricks on the waves. It'd definitely be helpful to shake trick. A lot of people don't implement that strategy.
Yeah, personally, I really only try to do the shaking to trick on Paris Promenade on the one section right at the Eiffel Tower.
The grass, the grass trick? Yeah.
Yes, the grass trick. It's somewhat successful, but honestly, I think I still prefer to just use the triggers.
I see. Shake tricking is really useful for sections like that.
Or like Bowser's Castle.
On any sort of wavy road, you can trick off of a lot of wavy roads in this game, and the timing can be quite precise. Over time, I started shake tricking more often. Now it's to the point where I shake trick on almost every ramp in the game. I actually shake more often than I press the trigger to do tricks. It's just more consistent.
They're bringing back the Mario Kart Wii mechanics. Yep. Now, what about for Mario Kart World, though?
See, they nerfed shake tricking in Mario Kart World because every time you shake the controller, even if you're not like on a ramp, your character will still do like a little hop. And shake tricking just really isn't. It's very. Sorry, Motherwelling comes in with the finish here.
I think that, and that puts them into the winning spot.
Yeah, SkyJ in the third gets hit right before that glider.
Yeah, I think they both end up getting points in the 50s, though, which is very respectable out of both of their parts.
I think so. Actually, SkyJ might have just under 50. I think they might have 47, roughly. But Motherwelling's definitely scoring in the 50s here. That's going to put them... depending on how well they did in the first round, that's going to put them up in the top seeds.
That's right.
what I was saying about shake tricking is you should really get on that. And it's not nearly as useful in Mario Kart World, but in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I mean, sometimes some specific use case scenarios is like trying to get as early of a trick as possible. Going into the tunnel on Koopa Cape, the fastest way to do that is to trick as early as you possibly can. So shaking will help you trick on the exact frame that you need to, the very first frame you possibly can.
That's right. Of course, with Mario Kart World, tricking kind of got revamped in its entirety, where now you can do as many different mid-air tricks as you want, and it's most often used for repositioning yourself in mid-air, which is much more difficult to do in Mario Kart 8. You basically have to prepare for that before you enter the air. Now, granted, that is useful in Mario Kart 8. You can charge a drift while in midair and not actually like turn your cart at all. That is very useful. And looks like this is our final match of round 2. We'll be finding out our standings for round 3 very soon, and the cup that we'll be going to as well.
So we're going to get a wheel pulled up.
That's right. Spin the wheel, and we see what cup will we go
We're
into
spinning
next.
the wheel. So for the quarterfinals,
I don't know. It's possible. It looks
Wait,
like we'll be
cherry
going
or
to a
feather?
DLC cup, the cherry,
cherry
cup.
cup. No.
I can't.
Ask me what tracks are in the cherry cup, and I could not tell you a single one of them.
Yeah, it's
Let me
almost
look
like
it up.
those have been around for much less time
we're getting the points tallies.
than the base game and the base DLC.
Talk to you all about something else. Who here is your first time at a Free Friday event? Wow, welcome.
All right.
Is it your first time in the Esports Lounge?
Ooh, I am not a fan of the cherry cup.
Oh,
I'll
what's
be
in there
perfectly
now?
honest.
LA Laps, which, granted, that's a popular one for our team to play. Sunset Wilds, Koopa Cape, Vancouver Velocity. Not great. Lightning Cup is...
I would have preferred the feather cup, I'm going to be honest.
What's in the Feather Cup?
I think feather cup was the other Wave 5 cup.
And you compete for the entire
That seems right to me.
So yeah, money, yep. So you can literally get money by playing video games. I compete in it. It's it goes literally all the way to the end of the semester. I'm gonna leave this up here so you can scan the QR code. Or you can go to
And it looks like, yes, Perfect Penguin did in fact make it into the 110s. There's a tie for fifth.
We're looking at, this is our top 12. I think if there should be 16 players moving on, I believe.
24, unless if we changed plans.
Oh, 24. I'm
That's
corrected.
right.
I'm sorry.
And the good news on that means that the top 3 of us are not going to have to play each other probably.
Yep, might meet each other in the finals, and in that case, who will be commentating?
That'll be very interesting. Maybe some dead air, or maybe we just straight up wear our microphones to play.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll ask the tech team when the time comes.
All right. Well, it looks like we may be taking a short break before we start up round 3. We'll see you again in the Cherry Cup.
Right. I've just been briefed on the rest of the tournament format. We have 3 rounds left. Players will start being eliminated very quickly. We have 20 moving on to the quarterfinals, and 12 will be moving on out of these 24. Ooh, big elimination here.
That's right. You can see the people who are at the bottom of this 24 here in the realm of 40 and 50 points are going to have a lot of catching up to do if they want to stay in that top 12, which hopefully the scores will roll back around. We can see what 12th place is currently at.
We got 74. 74 was 13th place. 77. Jarl's holding on to that 12th place spot.
That'll be a close competition to see who edges out the other in terms of their points.
And was that the scores from round 3 are going to be added to these, or is it separate?
Scores from there's only bracket reset in grand finals.
Okay.
So scores
Right.
are going to be cumulative until the very last one.
Got it. Okay.
Yes. So, once we make it to the final round, score will cease to matter aside from within that final Grand Prix. And we finally arrived into the start of the Cherry Cup at Los Angeles Laps. This is a favorite of ASU to play at certain times. Not necessarily a favorite of my own or of Jacob's.
Not necessarily a favorite of the players, but of the team.
Yeah.
I am not a fan of this track, and I'll be very open about my disdain for LA Laps.
Yep.
We got the Cherry Cup, which was the second one in the Wave 5 of the Booster Course Pass. All right, and we got our names up. Top left, we've got Scotty rocking Tanuki Mario, which is very nearly the meta combo. We can get into that in a second.
Perfect Penguin coming back in with Luigi on the on the Biddy Buggy. Scoob Doobs right below him, going for Yoshi on the Master Cycle. And lastly, Epting going for Kamek on the Teddy Buggy.
Kamek Teddy Buggy is one of my favorite combos for time trialing in tracks that don't really rely on mini turbo as much, and higher speed it would be more advantageous. The Kamek has slightly higher speed, slightly lower mini turbo, and can be good for tracks like that. And then Tanuki Mario is a popular choice as well, because players realize that it's essentially very nearly the same as Yoshi. I think the main difference is it's the same speed and mini turbo stats as the Yoshi weight class, which is all that really matters. It's just the other stats. I think Tanuki Mario has lower traction and higher weight. So if weight matters to you, then if you want to have a heavier weight, might as well go with the Tanuki Mario. Who else is in that? Inkling Boy, and there is one more character in that. Oh, Villager Boy is the other one. So those are also, you see those quite often in competitive.
Yep. And it looks like Perfect Penguin has been... All right. Well, it looks like the names have actually been swapped around a little bit from what we had said previously. We'll reintroduce our players next time, but it looks like our Luigi pulled in first place with a quite significant lead, and we're not going to have another human finishing the race until 5th and 6th, which was a close race between the two of them. And we got 12th place being rounded out by Yoshi. Fortunately, hitting the curbs there.
Very chaotic finish usually at the end of LA Laps.
Yes,
that's one of the
why
issues
we don't like it.
That is why one of the reasons I don't like this track.
There's a duality. LA Laps in the final segment could have been really fun to drive on because there's a lot of opportunities for shortcuts. However, whether or not you'll actually be able to go through those shortcuts unscathed is a completely different story.
And then we get, probably the most controversial track in the game.
Ironically, following this game's release, or following the DLC's release in Mario Kart 8, the sun would in fact set, just not on this track in Mario Kart World.
They figured out the sun setting for the next game. They just couldn't put it in this one. Sunset Wilds. People were upset the sun does not set. It's also not a great track. In general.
I think the thing I find the funniest about it is that the background music almost sounds like it's got a little bit of it taken from the Nutcracker Ballet.
Really? I
It's
don't
like
think I've noticed that.
bum.
Now that you just did that, I hear it. I hear what you mean. I'm a big fan of the song that this track has, though. It's one of my favorites in the
Yeah.
game, despite the track being... It's, I guess, another reason I don't... I think I've expressed about baggers in general. This is one of those hard bagging tracks we were talking about. Just look at the sheer amount of off-road there is on this track. Lots and lots of opportunities for shortcuts using mushrooms, bullets, stars. I don't think we're going to see anyone take advantage of that because bagging against the CPUs is difficult because the CPUs will rubber band back to you. And it's like, okay, so it looks like we have the correct names up now.
That's right. We got Big Brown on the Big Brown Tanuki Mario. Matt Pie once again coming in. That's where I recognize Matt Pie's part from, Luigi. And then we got Yoshi down there, Vidi and Korn coming in second place into lap 3 with Kamek on the Teddy Bug. That's right. For reference, one of the hallmarks of a bagger is the ability to catch it from the back, normally from things like a mushroom or a superstar, allowing you to take shortcuts. That's part of why we kept talking about off-road segments, indicating whether or not something's a bagger.
Off-road is, the sheer amount of off-road that this track has makes comebacks very possible. So typically you won't see a lot of people hard running. People will stick back, try and get mushrooms, and that was a crazy bomb. That, I don't know if you saw that, but Big Brown throws a bomb at one of those hills and it shoots straight up into the air. High, it goes off screen and then lands directly on Luigi.
Yeah.
Is pumpkins,
In the Rocket League community, we call that calculated.
Ash, and Charles.
Looks like I'm up next on the next. I'm up next in the.
The door's
All right. Looks like your round 3 match is coming up soon.
Mm-hmm.
If not after the other match ends. So we still got some time to commentate here.
And this is my favorite track in this cup. Koopa Cape is the only one that you really see. This is one of the most played tracks in competitive because it is very versatile. Lots of lots of driving tech that you can practice, but also lots of shortcut opportunities. It's a very well balanced track.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorites to play.
I much prefer this track playing it in a casual environment as opposed to competitive. Maybe in part because I'm an inward main myself.
Oh,
and
this does have some tight.
And this doesn't exactly favor me at all times. But you know what? I think this is also my favorite of the tracks in this lineup. Maybe if we played Vancouver a bit more, I'd like that a bit more too. But as it stands, that one's just kind of like more of an unknown to me.
Big Brown avoiding the items. It seems like it was conflicted.
Yep.
And we're gonna see. I'm gonna see how many people drift off of that ramp coming out of the pipe.
That's right. I wouldn't guess all that many people know about that trick, so let's explain it to them. As you exit the underwater tunnel in Koopa Cape, you have that section of boost panels leading up into the ramp where you exit the pipe. Now, if you actually hold on to a drift as you exit there, you can take that ending turn of the track as tightly as you can, or as tightly as possible, with a whole lot of speed behind it as well once you release that mini turbo.
Vidi is getting lost on that there. Looks like Luigi doesn't drift off of it. The problem is that that turn is deceptively short, so if you trick off of it, you're going to go flying into the back wall, which is quite slow.
Yep. And the risk of taking the drift as well, while you do take it tightly, if you end up going too tightly, you might end up flying off the waterfall instead.
Yeah. The waterfall isn't nearly as punishing as it is in Mario Kart Wii.
That's right.
They definitely toned it, the speed of the water, they toned it down.
Not to mention in 8 Deluxe, and in 8 as well, you keep your items when you get rescued by Lakitu.
Yeah.
As opposed to like Wii, 7, and World, where you do lose your items.
Matt Pie going for some items here. Big Brown following close behind.
Yeah.
Burned all of their mushrooms. going for more items
right.
here.
Let's see if they get anything that'll be helpful. Unfortunately, I think Matt Pie has this one in bag.
And that plant is going to that. Oh, that
Oh,
blue shell's going
and
for
that
Big
is
Brown because
unfortunate.
Matt Pie finished the race just in time for that to go for
Yeah.
Big Brown.
And ultimately, it's Matt Pie's finish that led to Korn taking second place as well.
Corn takes second. Matt Pie and did Matt Pie get who got first on the last race?
I believe Big Brown did. I didn't have time to see. Either way,
I think it was Corn because now they're both tied at 35. Or actually, I cannot remember.
it's hard to say too because that was our third race.
Oh, you're right. That was the third race. And on to Vancouver, which it grew on me a little bit over time. I was not a fan of most of the city tracks in the booster course pass.
I think the concept of the city tracks helped pave the way a lot more for what tracks like Crown City were doing in Mario Kart World. It's I don't know. It could be a product of them being designed for the mobile game.
Yeah.
But some of them kind of ended up
Big
turning
Brown
out
off the
pretty
track.
well. I'm thinking like Singapore and Paris.
Corn falling off that bridge. That is a very easy spot to go flying off of. Happens to me more often than you'd think.
Yeah, it's very easy to get pushed off as well, especially like for myself when I play as Inkling Girl. She tends to have a slightly lower weight than characters like the Yoshi class, which ultimately ends up meaning that I get pushed around a little bit more than they do. Either way, Matt Pie hanging in comfortably on that.
Ooh, butt falls
first.
off.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. And Lakitu drops him after the item set. That is rough.
Yep. And unfortunately, it seems like with every passing second, Matt Pie falls closer to their opponents. Let's see. Can they hold on to that second place with the blue shell coming in and passing the first? Looks like it's all going at optimally. Meanwhile, Korn's coming in at second with a couple of shells, loosing them. Oh, and a direct hit on the green shell. No need for a smart bounce here. Korn is struggling a bit at the ice rink, but
Big Brown hits the Shy Guy. And Shocked. Let's see. That shock
it kind of like reset everybody back to neutral.
doesn't look like it's advantageous for anyone. They're kind of far away from that item set. Big Brown struggling with the items here.
Yep. It seems like Matt Pie has regained first place. And with 2 items for defense, they can hopefully hold on to it for quite a while.
Mimic Horns out. Peach but gets stuck in the off-road.
And Matt Pie gets a successful trail on Rosalina. And we're
Sure where
about
Big
to
Brown
enter
is
the final
going.
stretch of the track. Unfortunately, Matt Pie lost some momentum by abandoning the wall.
Big Brown's in a tough spot because they just missed that double item box.
And Korn, still hanging on to third place, might be able to catch up to second. It all depends on this final stretch. Will they take the shortcut? Oh, but a red shell coming
but they're
at
getting
the end
redded.
too.
Oh, but they used their mushroom first. They could have sped back up.
Well, at the very least, seems like they'll still be able to hang on to third. But I believe that means that this one goes to Matt Pie.
Matt Pie is going to be taking first in this round, but it's not really that matters here. It's how many points you are adding to your total score.
That's
so
right.
Matt Pie is going to add a solid 50 points to add to Matt Pie's score, going to put them far ahead, safe from elimination, I believe.
I'd say that would practically guarantee their spot. They were already in the top 12, weren't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yep. And the fact is, we got like someone in the 40s and the 30s as well. Those are all pretty useful numbers, assuming that you're already fairly high up.
Mm-hmm.
If you were lower on in that bracket of 24, I'd be a bit concerned for getting 37. But ultimately, I think it was well played all around. And Yoshi was 16. Unfortunately, I think that means that this may be their last round in the tournament. But I think is already an accomplishment enough to make it into elimination.
Absolutely. And I am up next, so I will be leaving the mic for a little bit.
That's right. I believe we will be spectating your match and hopefully watch you get another perfect 60. Right, Matt Pie comes in with a score of 149. That is, I believe, let's see, 180 would be the optimal amount, so that would be about 31 points shy of a perfect score. I'd say that is very good. Right now in second place, coming in with Korn at 156. And that is a slight difference, about 7 points going in, but I think both of them have a very solid shot of getting into top 12. Meanwhile, in the match that you unfortunately were not able to see, Perfect Penguin came in with a 171, 9 points short of that optimal score, and hope we very well may see either Jacob or Trent pull ahead into the 180 and ultimately secure their spot in the top 12. And hopefully for myself, I can get another perfect and go up right alongside them. Also, we also got Scoop Doobs coming in at 145. That's the lowest of the updated scores so far. Still very good to see, and I do believe that that is something that will get them very far, especially considering in number 12, Jarls right now at 77. The best they can get is in the 130s. I think that puts them in quite a good spot. We've also got SkyJ coming in to 11th at 82 points. That is quite good, although I am a bit concerned about their spots for the top 12 because there are a few people underneath who I think haven't gone yet and could score a considerable amount. Very interesting to see. Very interested in seeing how Conkids and Trent are able to pull together, and of course, myself, Bonanza, hanging out at 7th, but still haven't gone through my third round yet. I am hoping to see good things come out of this. It looks like the match is starting to get set up now. And it looks like our next round that started at LA Laps. We got PB Piranha and the Koopa Clown car. That's a combination I haven't seen yet before. Followed by Bowser in the standard cart. King Boo again in the circuit special. Love to see it. Let's see how they do. Maybe they'll stay in the top 12. And lastly, we've got Daisy riding the... I forgot what this one was called, but I know it's themed around the beetle. And... all right, That's right. Of course, Conkid's changing up the vehicle choice again, but still coming out with Daisy, and looks like he's already established quite a significant lead on anyone else. Actually, never mind. The Larry Larry's coming up behind him fairly quickly. However, we've got 4th, 6th, and 9th on the rest of our competitors here. And Conkid's just passed through Dodger Stadium, pulling a horn in his reserve. Now let's hope that there won't be a shock before a blue shell strike so that he'll be able to defend himself from that. Oh, unfortunately, Bowser took the Dodger Stadium track a little bit too low. I know it technically doesn't say anything about the LA Dodgers, but it's a baseball stadium in Los Angeles. I don't know what else it would be themed around. And I see here, PD Piranha coming in on 2nd place. Still significantly far away, but Conkid's just dodged the blue shell by using the horn. Love to see that when it actually becomes successful, and I think this is one of the first times I've seen it tonight, if not the first. Although 3 red shells coming up on his back, not great. Let's see if he can defend himself. Triple bananas? No. However, I think that might be the only red shell coming his way. That essentially clenches his victory for 1st place here. Oh, nope, there's the 2nd one, but that's a wide enough lead where he doesn't have to worry about it. Meanwhile, PD Piranha losing up 2nd to, looks like a Dry Bones, and then a Bullet Bill, and a Shock, too. That's unfortunate. Looks like these other 3 players are going to be stuck together pretty closely. There's a race for 7th place here between King Boo and Bowser. And it looks like Bowser takes it. Alright, now we're going to go into race 2. Let's see if anyone else can shake up who gets 1st place. For Sunset Wilds, as Jacob said previously, bagging is a little bit of a strategy. I'm curious to see if he actually employs that strategy or if he's going to try running it nonetheless. Oh no, he's bagging hard. Now, if you ever see, there's a video by Donkey on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe where he's struggling to win for a good while, and then all of a sudden he just decides to hold off on actually going on GBA Mario Circuit, I believe, for about 10 seconds or so. Ultimately, he ends up getting 2nd place on that track. And you can see the same strategy kind of apply here. Ordinarily, we've been talking about burning mushrooms, meaning like using them before you actually need to. In this case, he did it so that he'd be able to get 2 items instead of just 1 out of that box. Now, he definitely could be going faster around these turns, but he misses the double box, unfortunately. This is a surprisingly methodical strategy being employed here to try and stay as far back behind as reasonably possible, while also gaining in the ranks with each passing lap. And he dodges that red shell coming at him with the star, which kind of forced his hand a little bit, but he still takes a couple of shortcuts in the path, even if he goes off-road a bit. He's almost caught up to 1st place here, and with that shock, that's just about secured. 2nd place will pop up before 1st place after a shock, after all. Meanwhile, we've also got 4th and 5th fighting it out now. Fire Donuts and Bowser, and Ash playing PD Piranha. Love to see it. That's a very uncommon character to see in tournaments, but I am all for that. I really like that PD Piranha's playable in 8 Deluxe. Meanwhile, Jarls is still struggling with his King Boo to hold on to 1st place. Oh, and he just got passed by Fine Donuts. Now that Conkid's lead is growing by the 2nd, and it looks like he'll probably make it into 1st place again. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all up for grabs, depending on how people use their items and how they take the turns. Now, it looks like Fine Donuts is probably going to be content with the 3rd place there, unless if the blue shell helps him out. Oh, but that banana peel actually propels him back to 4th. Still, narrowly takes 4th over 5th from Ash, and Charles comes in not too long after with 8th. Koopa Cape will be interesting to see too. While Conkids did employ the bagging strategy on Sunset Heights or Sunset Wilds, I doubt he will be doing the same thing here, and I do believe that we'll be able to see a lot more of his skill applied. Like he mentioned, this is his favorite track from the Cup, and it's one that I believe he's time trialed quite a bit too. You can see that sort of skill unfold itself right here. Now you can see he actually did not take that ramp leading on to the turn. Reason for that is because if you do get that speed boost from tricking, but it ultimately leads you down a wider turn radius than if you just ignore it. For myself, I actually like to take the ramp, but not actually trick off of it. I guess that what Jacob's doing is a bit more optimal here. Either way, here you can watch him take the drift like that. He's charging up a drift, and he takes that turn really tightly. By comparison, take a look at Ash and Charles as they go out, and you'll notice that they exit the pipe with a much wider turn like that. Looks like Jacob got tripped up on a banana peel, I believe. But his lead remains quite strong, with only a dry bone separating him from about double the length between him and Charles. Looks like Ash and Charles are actually neck and neck trying to bout it out for who gets that third place spot. Ooh, but the shock takes away that golden dash that Ash had. It still seems like they've managed to get quite a good lead on Charles. And once again, Conkids exiting the pipe. They took that one a bit wider than I think they wanted to, but ultimately that meant that he ended up dodging the banana peel. PD Piranha coming in on second place, and the blue shell arriving on Conkids probably won't phase him all too much. Although it's not the best place right on the ramp. Luckily the water helps speed him up. PD Piranha, Ash coming in. Oh, hit a wall, drop down to third, and looks like it's about to get passed by Jarls. See, the half pipe is fun to take on that turn, but it's also really slow compared to actually just taking the turn on land. And it looks like Ash and Jarls are once again neck and neck. Conkids is just about to make his victory apparent with that final turn, and it's settled. Ooh, and a shock right after the finish leaves Jarls with no items leading into that final turn. Ash and Find Bonus, however, will have the opportunity to pick up some items and close that gap, and it looks like that's already happened with Ash. Oh, but they're about to... Oh no, they missed the waterfall narrowly, and they secure 5th place by about a second with the gap.
On deck for the door setup is Hardwick, and Potato Jones.
And it looks like I will be coming up next for
That's you. Get ready to go.
for the next series of Grand Prix. You'll get to hear me, or you get to see me, and you'll get to see Jacob spectating over me. But for now, let's close out this race and see if Jacob can get that perfect 60 once again. Already coming out with a very good lead. You can see what he's trying to do there, leading up to the bridge, is generally called snaking. It's when you try to build up those tiny drifts in rapid succession to just increase your overall speed. It's most effective on straightaways, but if there's a slight turn or slight curve in the road, you're able to get them done too. They come at a bit of a risk though, because you can obviously fall off or hit off-road and kill your speed that way. Ultimately though, what happened with Jacob was that he wasn't really able to build up the mini turbos all that much. That's actually probably the best way to actually back out of it successfully without losing much of any speed. Ultimately, it looks like, once again, Conkids has actually not all that great of a lead. But he gets hit by the blue shell. I know the tactic he was trying to do is trying to get Ash to take the blow alongside him so he doesn't lose that big of a lead. But unfortunately, those banana peels placed by Ash proved to be quite troublesome. You know, very rare to see Conk kids going below first place. And honestly, it has me curious as to whether or not he'll be able to move it back up by the end of the third segment of this track. But with that really well-timed green shell bounce, I think he has it going for him. Although, that hit again. It's going to be a close one. Oh, with the shock right after the set kind of leaves everyone neutralized once again. It's going to be close. Ash very well may take the lead on this because the only thing separating them from, or there's quite a lot separating them from Conk Kids. In fact, 3 bots to be exact. Those bots, however, are definitely firing to get in first place as well. And in comes Larry, of all characters. However, Ash maintains that lead and probably comfortably sits at first place. I think, unfortunately, it looks like Jacob will no longer be getting that perfect score. That's quite an upset, actually. Of course, Jacob is all but guaranteed to make it into the top 12. I think, in fact, he actually is guaranteed. But have to imagine he'll have to go and give that Logan Paul apology video speech just like I did. Ultimately, Ash coming in with 40 points. That's quite good. Bowser and Kingbo at 25 is a little bit more shaky, but they may still be able to get into the top 12 as well. Yeah. Doesn't feel so great, does it?
I lost a race, man. I lost a race.
That's right. You got second place once off the team.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Man, what happened during that race? Because I feel like I got just hit with a million items.
I know that was quite a bad combo, and it was quite hard to recover from it too.
At some point, I was considering when the blue shell came, I was planning on dropping out of. These were the changes I could have made that would have saved my race. One, dropping out for the blue. Petey Piranha was really close behind me when I saw it, and I had time, but I decided not to.
That's right. What you ultimately ended up trying to do was to have the blue shell's explosion take down Ash as well. Ultimately, that didn't work, but you definitely put in the effort there.
And then Ash dropped 3 banana peels right before the ramp after that, and I drifted straight into that. That was.
Yeah. I know you got through the first 2 just fine, but it was very close. Either way, it looks like I'm up next, so you'll have the opportunity to spectate me.
So I
That'll be the last match of round 6.
I lost a race. That's so sad. Oh well. Looking at the scores here. Ooh, perfect Penguin with a crazy 171. Oh, he's talking about me. Bonanza's going over and he's Let's see. We got Trent playing right now, I think. So Trent, we'll see if he can go undefeated. And if he does, that'll put him in first place overall. Which he's already in a really good standing to make the finals. And the scores don't matter once we get into the finals. It's purely just who wins that match. But for the time being, if Trent can go undefeated, then he will be put ahead of me in first place, the last undefeated player. Bonanza's coming up. We're going to watch his match once they get set up. This is our standings so far, but some of these people haven't played yet, so we don't know. It's too close to say, but I think the people I can guarantee you just played. I just played against Ash and Jarls. So Ash and Jarls, that is their score for the end of round 3. Everyone above 120, because you can't possibly have more than that. And then, yeah.
So Scoob Doobs with a 145, Matt Pie 149. All these people are guaranteed moving on, I believe. Sorry, it looks like editing the names right now, but we're getting started with Bonanza. I tried demonstrating some of the strategies on some of these tracks. Bagging on Sunset Wilds was difficult for me because, you know, the CPUs just, they rubber band to you. They slow down for you, and it's hard to stay in the back. All right, so it looks like we only got 3 players this time. Potato Jones, Karthik, and Bonanza. Names we are familiar with at this point. Karthik is already doing quite well. I think maybe even without playing this at all, we've got a few. I think they're high enough to be guaranteed moving on. We know they're going to do well here, though, so I'd say they are guaranteed moving on. We're going to see, though. The question is, can Bonanza maintain first, get another 60-point performance under his belt? But Karthik's going to give him some trouble because Karthik is a solid player himself. Up there in the standings. Ooh, Bonanza having some trouble on this section. Gets ghosted and runs into the wall. He is having trouble on these turns. Karthik's got a mushroom to recover, but he's not going to use it because that ramp is right there. And we got Potato Jones in third. Top 3 are starting to run away. Bonanza gets ghosted again, but steals just his coin. Ooh, that's good for Karthik. He gets a shroom right out of that. Now, he's not going to use it. It'd probably be better if he did because shrooms, when you're small, are so much more effective. So if you can get a mushroom immediately after the shock, it's probably best to use it to get back to full speed. But Bonanza is just running away with this. Oh, Karthik gets stuck, but he's still in a good position. He uses his mushroom before the 2 grass shortcuts, which is an interesting decision. It's going to let that Donkey Kong CPU take second place. And Potato Jones drives out of bounds. That's rough. These city tracks can be confusing. Ah. Does he pass Isabel at the line? No, he can't. Get Potato Jones being hit by that blue shell was devastating. Loses a few more points for that. Here we go into Sunset Wilds. I don't know if we're going to see any bagging here. Bagging, I mean, for me, I gave up on it very fast because you forget that bagging doesn't really work in local multiplayer because of the CPUs. Potato Jones, though, with the mushroom, gets a good start. Bonanza's just got better lines here. Trails out Donkey Kong, and we're going to see him run away with this. Potato Jones choosing not to chain the red shell. Probably would have been a better decision to roll for another item there while getting rid of Bonanza's defense. It all depends on, and usually it's better to let first place stay in first. You don't want to tank that blue shell. But it doesn't look like Potato Jones is in any danger here. I don't think that Donkey Kong has anything that's threatening him. Oh, well, look at that. I guess I was wrong. You never know. You can throw that forward. Still chooses to hold on to it, playing very safe here. Karthik's got in a good spot here with but wasting his mush. I hate to say that, but wasting his mushrooms on a straightaway when there's so many good off-road spots to use those shrooms. You see, I don't think he's quite familiar with the track. He said he was, like I was saying, Karthik is one of the older competitive players who played back in the like 2018 before the Booster Course Pass came out, so he may not be familiar with this track. Potato Jones in a very good spot here. Hopefully we'll shroom up at the end as Bonanza takes first. Drifts into the finish line, and Karthik's going to shroom through the end there. Can he pass? He cannot pass Donkey Kong. Good showing for Potato Jones. Second place there. But yeah, while Bonanza is stuck with the strategy of hard running the whole time, if we're playing online, that is not the strategy I would use on that track. But like I was saying, when the CPUs will slow down to match you, bagging is not very effective. So it's better in these sorts of situations just to run. The Koopa Cape is my favorite track of this cup. Like I said, I'm a big fan of how it plays. Potato Jones hit out early. We're going to see how these people drive. Karthik, again, going for some weird lines. Potato Jones avoiding, not going through the biggest mushroom shortcut on the track and running into the red shell. Lance is going for items. Same with, but Karthik misses them. This is the thing. Ooh, tricking out of the pipe. Are both of them going to do that? Yeah. Quite a slow line. It's going to give Bonanza an enormous lead. And he's just going to avoid the items. He's just going to, now that that blue shell came, he's going to sit there with his defense for as long as possible. Karthik gets back up into second. Rolls a mushroom. Let's see where he's going to use that. Ideally, you'd want to save it for some of the shortcuts at the beginning of lap. But seeing that it's usually better when you lose speed like that to shroom back up. He does have a very good chance of pulling more shrooms at the next set anyway. Bonanza is very far ahead. Here comes another blue shell, but it's not going to matter. Potato Jones is also sitting very well with those green shells and that mushroom. My question is, does he know about the big shortcut that's coming up? Ooh! Okay, well, the shock basically nullifies any of that. But I was about to say, throwing away his defense at the worst possible time. That just happens, unfortunately. He's suffering for that shock. Put him back into sixth, but those Donkey Kong triple greens are scary. Potato Jones and Karthik are so close. Let's see where they go from here. They're both avoiding the item boxes. But Potato Jones is drafting and has a mushroom for the end. Oh, he does. Oh, he drifts out of the pipe, gets the tight line, and takes that fourth place. That's what we were talking about, is tricking out of that pipe at the very end of the track. It sends you way too far forward. The best thing you can do at that section is to drift off of the ramp and take that waterfall as tight as possible. Do not, that's my advice, is just don't trick off of that drift if you can. Good showing from Bonanza, now at 45 points. One race left in this cup. Final race. Now I am quite embarrassed of my Vancouver race. I think Bonanza's gonna have a much better showing than I did. You know, it just goes to show Mario Kart is. I mean, it is a skill base.
I apologize. A lot of skill required in Mario Kart, but sometimes you get put in your place and realize that, yeah, sometimes there's just nothing you can do. There is that element of randomness that can screw you up on a perfect run. See, Bonanza chaining into... I'm surprised he didn't hold that coin, because having the horn in your first slot is dangerous, mainly because it can get stolen by a ghost. Ideally, you'd want to have that horn in pocket, because if the ghost gets pulled, it will steal your first slot. That's why you'll see myself and other more experienced players will hold a coin in the first slot for multiple reasons. I think Karthik's been doing that too. Unless there's significant lag, it is impossible to pull 2 coins, even in first place. So if you hold on to a coin, you can guarantee yourself a defensive item in the second slot. It's like Bonanza gets out of that blue shell with that horn. Lucky he got to save it. Nothing challenged him. Now he's got double defense, so he is just in a crazy good spot. Karthik is holding on to second here, also very good spot with those bananas. And chaining, that's probably the right choice. That is an early second blue. I don't think the blues are supposed to be able to be that close. But yeah, holding that coin guarantees you a defensive item. So Bonanza is guaranteed to pull something like those triple nanas, and so he's just going to win here. Potato Jones with enough shrooms to pass Karthik up for second place. Takes a wide line, but still the shrooms are enough to get him there. Another thing about the coin, what I want to say is you can also continue to hold it to make sure your defense doesn't get ghosted. If it gets, so you want to make sure that ghost steals the coin and not your super horn. Anyway, it looks like they skipped past the results there. They weren't supposed to do that, but it's okay because they're going to show it again. Bonanza with the perfect 60 once again. That's going to put him up into second place. 1 point behind me, I believe. It all depends on how Trent did as well. I didn't get to see his score, so... And with that, that is the end of round 3. The bottom 12 players in the standings will be eliminated, and the top 12 will move on after this. We're gonna see. Ooh, we do get to spin the wheel. Trent once again with the perfect 60 in first place. Very.
I wish I could watch it on my phone, my tablet.
Very proud of Trent. And while we're still, we're holding off on showing you the scores, we're going to spin the wheel instead because they're still calculating the scores.
Spin the wheel.
Our semifinals will be taking place on, which cup are we looking at? The Rock Cup. All right. So that is, if I remember correctly, that is going to be Berlin Byways, Rock Mountain. I can't remember. Is that going to be Mario Kart 7 Rainbow Road? I'm going to look that up because I don't actually remember what the Rock Cup is.
Okay, goodbye. Okay, wait. Thank you for participating.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not Rainbow Road. So I got it wrong, actually. The Rock Cup, that is starting with Tour London Loop, followed by Boo Lake, Rock Mountain, and Maple Treeway to finish that off. Now that is I do like that. That is a decent selection, especially to end off with Maple Treeway is nice. We're getting Bonanza joining us back on the mic after another good 60.
That's right. That puts Trent as the only one of us who have managed to have gotten 60 on everything.
Trent with the perfect score so far has not lost. He must be very happy with that.
That's right.
Especially since that puts him ahead of us. I'm sure he's getting a big ego boost from that.
If only slightly. But keep in mind as well, once we enter that final round, our previous point values will cease to matter.
Now Trent has the opportunity in the semifinals to go once again.
240.
And are these our final scores? Is this after all the...
Seems like it is. And
All
I can see we
right.
got a lot of familiar faces up here. Ash on our PD Piranha from my last commentated stream
Woo, okay.
got up to 114 as a tie for 11th with
Ash
SkyJ.
must be very happy with that.
That's right. And then SkyJ as well with that Waluigi combo has been doing quite well. Not to mention Korn coming in at 156. That's
Ash and Kort.
a bit of a
You're
step
over
down,
there.
but it looks
The
like
doors.
Jacob will be joining for the first
I
round.
will. I am off to the first round now.
That's right. There's a good.
On the other side, Karthik, Trent, SkyJ, and Matt Pie.
All right, and it looks like I will be coming up after Jacob
And you
finishes
can
up with his
start your
round.
Fastest convenience.
London is a track. London is the opening track of the Rock Cup, and ultimately, I haven't really played that one too much. It's not regularly chosen from team play on competitive. I feel like I've seen it a handful of times on the free for all lounge matches, but haven't really got a lot of practice on that. To be honest, I don't think that all too many people like to race this one for practice themselves either, especially in comparison to the final two tracks on this cup, Rock Mountain and Maple Tree Way. I'm gonna hope that everything goes well for both myself, Jacob, and Trent, and see if we can all make it into the top 4 for our final round.
On the Windows side, we can get started.
And it looks like one of these matches is about to start. And I'm pretty sure the one that Jacob is in is not that one. It is, of course, hard to tell based on like the tops of people's heads I can peer at from where I'm sitting. All right. It looks like we're about to enter London Loop. You can see Conkids is no longer taking any chances with his vehicle, going straight back to the Teddy Buggy. And of course, going up against Ash, Korn, and Scoop Doops. which all, of course, made it into the top 12, and I believe just about all in the top 2/3. No, wait, no, I believe Ash was around tied for 11th. Now that I think about it, regardless, looks like everyone's off to a moderately well start at the very least. Conkids, of course, blazing ahead of everyone else, which is usual as we've seen from them so far. Meanwhile, Scoobadoob's carrying a fairly close second and now third, followed shortly after by Korn as Kamek on fourth, and Ash, of course, doing the PD Piranha fit on fifth. Unfortunately, I think they might have missed that banana peel coming up on the item set. That'll set them back a little bit. Ooh, and the well-placed bomb puts Jacob back into fourth place. I know he sure does not want to repeat of what happened on Vancouver very recently, so I imagine he's going to put his all into actually getting back into first. Given that he's got a Piranha Plant here, and there's not really anything offensive against him, he's got it pretty well down, especially by using his red shell to trigger the bomb. Now, if you're driving fast enough, that explosion actually won't hurt you. But you do need to have enough coins, and I believe that number is either 7 or 8. And I do not believe that Scooby-Doo's had that much. And we got Korn closing in on Conkids with 7, and unfortunately the snaking strategy that he tried to do didn't exactly pan out, but it's okay, because Korn got red shelled anyway. He's now in first place. Turn about as tightly as can be. Just really put about as much practice in here as anyone else has, if they have practiced it, that is. And it looks like there's there was a contestation for fourth and fifth, but it looks like a couple of players have fallen off the track and now are competing for the spot of 8th. Let's see if they can turn it back around soon. What will the boob hold back for Scoob-Doob's triple bananas? Not the worst thing for offense, but definitely more of a gamble. Luckily, Funky Kong seemed to have greened himself, and seems like Scoob-Doob's will get a good lead on 7, possibly being able to pass Kamek in 6th, but odds of that happening are a bit slim as we're approaching the final turn. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Seems like that is exactly what will happen. Conkids makes it in with first, followed by 6th, 7th, and 9th from the others. Now, of course, after this round, we will only be having our final 4 racers move on into the final round, which means that, especially now, every point matters. Now, I think since Conkids is already in a 2nd place by point value right now, he doesn't have too much to worry about as long as he scores okay. But for everyone else, this is quite important. Of course, like I said before, the top 3 players here are most likely going to be those who are members of the Mario Kart team here at ASU. Myself, Jacob, and Trent. That 4th spot, though, is certainly up for grabs, and there's no telling what'll happen in this 4th round either. Jacob, of course, handling the turns in Boo Lake quite well. And from unfortunately, he misses that final jump out of the lake. Puts him down in 2nd, which is not the best position to be at. Boo Lake's already quite a short track. You can kind of tell based on how big the map is. Oh, another bomb on him too. Korn is surprisingly comfortable in first right now. Toadette's lining... Oh, but a blue shell's incoming too. I wonder if Korn's able to maintain the lead with the red shell, a shock, and the blue coming in. Will Conkids be able to maintain or to regain his lead? Well, it's all coming in right now. It'll be a race for the finish line, and this is still lap 2, so it's definitely still anyone's game, especially in that top crowd. This is interesting. It sounds weird for me to say that I didn't know something about this track, but I didn't realize that you can trick off of the blocks on the side leading up to the final ramp. I guess that's the more direct way of making it to the finish line, but obviously comes with a risk, as we saw with Jacob failing to make the jump on the first lap. Still, though, he's pulled ahead a solid lead onto the final turn of this track. Well, he lost the drift there. That could cost him a little bit. Especially since he let go of that green too early. Is Toadette going to beat Jacob? Yes, she is. Now, this is something I can actually hear him raging about a little bit right now. I think he was a lot more okay with losing to a human than he was to a bot. Either way, I think a second place is still nothing he has to worry about for maintaining his hold on the top 4. But we enter Rock Mountain now, which I honestly don't know for sure whether or not this is a bagger or a runner. I know that the final half of this track is especially big on off-road segments. There's a whole entire bit of the track you can just completely circumvent if you've got a mushroom or like triple mushrooms or a star to your name. Honkits, of course, having a good lead on first. Hopefully he'll be able to keep it and keep it to himself this time. Scoop Doob's coming up in second with that red shell. Loses it at Conk Kids, meaning that he'll only have that one banana or that one coin. But ultimately, Scoop Doob's trying to cut across the grass like that, but ultimately gets caught up on that rock and green shelled out of it too, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Jacob holding well with that, using that bomb for defense against the red shell, but has nothing for that other one. This is, once again, getting surprisingly close. Although Jacob still definitely has a much bigger lead on anyone than anyone else. Got a strong race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, or potentially 6th now, happening. Ooh, but that back-thrown bomb hits both Ash and Scoop Doobs. Although Scoop Doobs took the brunt of it, took the majority of the force on that. Ash was far enough away from the center of that blast radius to only get away with the equivalent of a banana peel slide. Ooh, Jacob hit the grass there. Combine that with the shock and an incoming blue shell. That's not looking great for him. I do hope that he's able to keep that lead going up well. In the past, big combos like that. Ooh, and a red shell on top of that too. It's down to 5th now. He's still got 1 lap to turn it around, and like I said before, the amount of off-road sections at the back half of this track could end up actually helping him out in the long run. As it stands now, Scoop Doob's coming out in 1st place, doing pretty well, holding a mushroom in reserve. If they're good and they know how to do it, they can dodge a blue shell using that mushroom. I've only seen one person able to attempt it so far, and they weren't able to do it today. That doesn't seem like Scoop Doobs is interested in doing that either. Their primary interest is just holding on to the lead as long as possible, which Conkits is doing a very good catch-up now, too. Snagged himself on the tree a bit, but uses that mushroom to good effect, and is almost in 1st place. Will he be able to land the green shell snipe? Unfortunately not. But it seems like, oh, Jacob's going for 2 seconds in a row now. It's quite an upset considering his previous perfect score, but he's still doing quite well, and like I said before, I do believe he's just about locked in a spot for the top 4. And finally, we come to our last track of this cup, Maple Treeway. That was a classic from Mario Kart Wii, of course, and surprisingly didn't make it over to Mario Kart 8, but I guess with the Booster Course DLC, we finally got it. I'm curious to see what happens here. Jacob's gotten 2 seconds in a row now, and I wonder if that trend's going to be repeated. He's certainly got the skill to hold on to first. I think especially in the last race, he got really unlucky with those items. Now there is a bit of technical skill on this track. I mean, that half pipe does look tantalizing and it does have a couple of items, so it's not completely worthless to go through, but it also it also makes you go a lot slower through that turn. Jacob, of course, doing the drift glide mechanic that we've described earlier. Very useful for taking the turns quickly. Of course, the amount of speed he's gained from that is probably minuscule compared to the amount he can get by driving well along the track. He's also got two red shells in first place, which is just like all sorts of ironic. That shot comes in, and a blue shell coming in after that too. This is, yeah, I can hear him visibly cringing at it, or audibly cringing at it already. You know, he's already fallen into fourth place just from that one hit. If you're thinking about joining competitive Mario Kart, you should know this is the experience behind getting hit once in a competitive match. Ooh. I hate to say it, but I think Jacob might be losing his cool a little bit after those last two races. Falling off that one track there is, or falling off that one piece there. I haven't seen him do that before. But I think he'll still be able to pull it together. He just passed into fourth place, has a good amount of offensive items to his name, and just got a handful from those leaf piles. He'll have the opportunity to pull things back in, but it will be close, especially depending on how other people send out their items. You can notice he was looking back at that other red shell a good while because he wanted to make sure he did not let loose his items before he could actually defend himself from the shell. Now he's in second place with a red shell. That is a recipe for getting into first. Of course, Korn over there on Kamek already has quite a significant lead. Ash coming in with fourth and ends up dodging the shock using the boo. Oh, and another blue shell coming in too. This, of course, actually hits Korn the most, and Korn successfully pulls off the bail maneuver that we've described previously, where you successfully dodge. Oh, and Jacob pulls in with first place right at the end, with a close second followed by Korn. Ooh, and Scoop Doops almost makes it into fifth, but gets snapped by the Piranha Plant. Well, that was an interesting series. Of course, Jacob, even though Jacob got second twice, his point total is just about as high as ever, and it's much higher in comparison to all the others. We got Scoop Doobs with 37 points, Kamek with 33, and Korn with 33, and Ash with 29. That is very close between the three of them, but ultimately...
I lost 2 races.
All right, you got second twice. I think you're still basically guaranteed for top 4, though. Either way, I think I could tell. I could hear your reactions a little bit from over here.
I'm a little frustrated, man. I'm not locked in.
I think you might have been slipping up a little bit on Maple Treeway.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I fumbled Maple Treeway, and that Kamek, Korn would have had first if it wasn't for that blue shell. I don't think I was going to win that without the... So I got lucky there. Otherwise, that would have been a first, second, and second for me. I blame it on the cup. Not a good cup. And then I'm just bad at Maple Treeway.
I thought you were looking more forward to it.
Yeah, I know I said that, and then I kept losing.
I was going to say, I know I'm personally not looking forward to Boo Lake all that much. I just got a little bit of trauma from competitive play on that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be that bad compared to like when we're playing on CKL or NRC.
Yeah. And I'd say for you, don't go for that rail cut at the very end.
Oh yeah, I don't go for that in competitive play on its own anyway.
It's way too risky in this setting.
I was going to say, I never knew that was a possibility until I saw you do it yourself.
It was very risky. I got it once. Anyway, the current scores, 8 out of the 12 players, and you're up, so I think you have to...
You're right. Looks like Trent didn't get a perfect 240
no,
either.
Trent was also having some struggles, so...
Well, either way, wish me luck. Maybe I'll be able to pull into number 1 seed.
All right. So yeah, we've got 12 players total. These are all of our players now. However, 4 people have yet to race. Bonanza is going to do the last round of the last match of the semifinals here, and the top 4 will be moving on to the finals. So, looks like I believe Trent and I are secured in the finals. We're gonna see how this shakes up. It's gonna be quite close. The people who are not And I'll actually have to check in because we might already have some early eliminations here that we can do the math on. Corn and Scoob Doobs will be eliminated after that last match, so will Ash. Thing is, let me see. 1 second, y'all. So I've got confirmation. Our final match that we are going to watch at the semifinals is going to be Bonanza, Perfect Penguin, Potato Jones, and Liam 2. And for the threshold for making it into the finals is 191. So if you want to knock Karthik or Matt Pie out of the finals, you have to pass 191. And that looks like it's going to be out of reach for Potato Jones and Liam 2. The most you can get is 60 points. And if Potato Jones scores a perfect 60 in this match, he can make it into the finals, at least tying with Matt Pie. Unlikely as that may be, but it is still a possibility. Bonanza and Perfect Penguin do have an opportunity to knock Karthik and Matt Pie out of the finals. For Perfect Penguin, that's going to take 20 points. So, considering that he has averaged over 50 points per round, same with Bonanza, I think this should be an as long as they perform well, we might be looking at a Conkids Trent, Perfect Penguin, and Bonanza finals. So the question is, will Matt Pie and Karthik be able to move on, or will they be eliminated? It all comes down to how they score here. At our names, already I recognize Bonanza in that top right corner, like I was saying. He's always on that Inkling combo. Very recognizable around the collegiate community. Perfect Penguin representing on the meta combo. Ooh, already gets taken out, but this is a long track. Plenty of time to come back. Perfect Penguin on that meta combo. He definitely knows what they're doing. Liam 2 down on our bottom left is on the Shy Guy, and Potato Jones also on the meta combo, rocking the red Yoshi. Expecting good performances out of all of these players. The field is getting tight here, so I was having some trouble keeping up. Normally, in the past when I was hit out, I was able to come back quite easily just through driving alone, but once we get to this point in the tournament, everyone has a pretty solid grasp on the driving, so you need better item play if you're going to make any moves. So we're going to see Liam 2 and Potato Jones have the chance to and Potato Jones, both with solid leads. Potato Jones choosing to go around the shortcut here, not mushroom through the grass. Might not be familiar with the funky London layout. It is a very confusing one. Perfect Penguin with a ghost and a golden. Does not seem to know the track very well, which is unfortunate. And I don't blame him, especially if you're not familiar with these tracks. London in particular is very confusing. I'm gonna see if he can pull this. Is he gonna upset Donkey Kong? No, he hangs on for 5th place. And I know it was unlikely, but now that Potato Jones has not scored first, Potato Jones is eliminated from this tournament. We're going to see where they can place in the top 12 is always your opportunity to fight for that. But moving forward, it's going to be just up to Perfect Penguin and Bonanza. If they do at least decent, they will both be making the finals. Perfect Penguin tries to go for a snipe there, but misses. Boo Lake. When I was playing, I heard a lot of complaints from people. People are not a fan of this track, and honestly, in this sort of situation, for me personally, I'm not a fan of running it. It's a lot better when you can get a mushroom and mushroom through that one cut, but also one of the shorter tracks in the game. Perfect Penguin, ooh, but he's getting redded, so yeah, uses that shroom. Gotta stay behind this Koopa because Koopa has that red shell, very dangerous spot, but oh, that makes up for it. And keeps getting hit. Perfect Penguin struggling to stay up front there, while Bonanza is building an enormous lead. As much as I'd love to join y'all for the finals commentary, it sounds fun. However, I will be competing in the finals. So we will get some of the lovely staff here to take over for Bonanza and I. Bonanza with another first place finish. Now he, with how Trent and I scored in that last match, Bonanza can, I mean, it really obviously doesn't really matter. He can take the first place spot. Doesn't matter if he gets 4th or 1st overall in the standings. He's still going to the finals, but, you know, bragging rights. Onto Rock Mountain. Now, I was having some trouble on this. I'm not a fan of Rock Mountain either. This is another one of those baggers that we were talking about. Lots of off-road. A triple mushroom is especially powerful for one of the largest mushroom shortcuts in the game. Unfortunately, you know, like I was saying about the CPUs and trying to bag against them, it's tough and doesn't really work out, so you just have to run on these tracks. Otherwise, it's just to the right of Bonanza here. You can, if you have triple mushrooms, you can just drive straight through the grass and take this turn enormously. Oh, I'm sorry. Take the turn very, very tight. Saves an enormous amount of time. Perfect Penguin with some of the ramp strats here, using those mushrooms wisely. Liam is going for a risky glider here. Still going to make it over. I'd say Perfect Penguin would be in a good spot with those bananas, but that low coin count is going to cost in speed. Bonanza is sitting very well. Double defense, 10 coins. I'm starting to break away with that lead. Now, normally people can catch up here, but Perfect's going to go around the shortcut even though he has a shroom. But Potato Jones is going straight through it. Ooh, a nice rang from Penguin there to keep Jones off of him. Everyone's looking up front, and Liam has got a good opportunity here. He is low on that glider, so he needs to... There, okay. Saved it there. Liam's got 3 mushrooms. We're going to see what he does with those. Does he know how to do the triple mushroom strategy on this track? Trails out someone behind. Oh, no, he burns one of them. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. He was shocked. Being shocked right after that item set is so bad for all of our players here. Liam drifts into the off-road. Looks like Bonanza's going to take this one. Not much Penguin can do from here. It is very tight with all of our players. See if Liam's going to red out. Oh, but he might get blue. He's going to get blued here. That is rough. That is so rough for Liam. All the way down to 6. Loses 3 points for that overall. And Potato Jones in for 3rd place there. Bonanza sitting at a perfect 45 so far. Going into Maple Treeway, our last track here. And already with Penguin, I think this was settled after race 2, after Boo Lake, but the finals will be myself, Trent, Bonanza, and Perfect Penguin. Those are our 4 finalists. They scored, Bonanza and Penguin scored enough to knock Parthic and Matt Pie out of the finals. So well played from those players. Unfortunately, they were just short of the finals. Only 4 people can make it into the finals, so... Let's see, can Bonanza take 1st place overall in the tournament with another 60-point finish here? Would embarrass me, surely. He's going to get ready here. There's no defense. And Penguin going to shroom through the off-road. Bonanza misses the ground shroom. Other players are picking that up. That is unlucky. Trails out Donkey Kong there, but Penguin is right behind him. He's going to go for that bomb snipe. Just misses it. Is he going to... hits Potato Jones, though. Oh, very nearly falls off the track as well. Penguin is struggling on that tight turn. Where did he trail out? On the CPUs, I guess. Jones is going to knock out some CPUs with those triple greens. Gets hit himself. Bonanza's slowly starting to break away. Has lots of defense. Penguin, I think, is just going to hold that red for now. It's probably his best bet. And, ooh, Blue Shell pulled in 5th. Bonanza is getting shock blued. That is rough. Not much you can do to protect against that. That is one of the most... Penguin! Oh, wow. That was unlucky. Right in between the crack there. Liam's now in 2nd. Bonanza holds on to the 1st even after that because Penguin just wasn't there to challenge him after the shock blow. We're going to get, looks like we're going to get a perfect 60 from Bonanza. Solid 235 points overall, which is crazy high. That is going to be the record. Liam in 2nd. Penguin is also moving on to the finals with that 4th place finish. Actually, that was decided 2 races ago, but still. Good finish from the blue Yoshi, 41 points. Gonna put the top 4 players moving on the finals all over 200 points over the last 4 events. And look at that, Bonanza
Alright,
number
thank you so
1.
much, everybody, for competing. So far.
Our final scores. These top
It's
4
time to
are
announce
moving
who
on.
Or should I announce who made it to the final? Okay, we'll announce the finalists. They
Don't make me feel alone again.
unfortunately, if you didn't hear names, that's really
Alright, y'all. I don't know if I will be back here.
play one more game.
We're starting the finals. It's going to be 4 more races. All of these scores are reset. So all that matters is how you score against your teammates in this final match. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, and I'm sure Bonanza says the same. I'm not sure if I will be back on the mic, so I will be saying thank you for listening to me, and thank you to the Esports Lounge for allowing me to commentate. It's been fun. I like doing this. We're going to see what this final spin is. It looks like we're having some technical difficulties. The Boomerang Cup. All right. Well, I'll be leaving y'all now. Have a good night. We're gonna put some commentators coming up here. But it's been a pleasure, and hope you all have a good night and enjoy the finals.
All right, everybody, we are back. This is Matt Pye. We are commentating the final round of this tournament here.
Also assisted by Scoop Dubes. My actual name is Haley, but I was in the competition as well. Made it 8th place, so I'm very happy with where we went, but I'm very excited to dig into this final match, you know?
Me as well. I made it to 6th place in the tournament. So, yeah, we've got a lot of really, really good players here in the Boomerang Cup coming up. So, and we've got 2 tour tracks. Those are going to be very interesting to watch. And, you know, we're going to have a lot of good racing here, I think.
Yeah, no, very good, talented players. I'm sure they've been playing for a very long time. I remember I personally started playing when I was probably around 4 years old. First game was Mario Kart DS, and then Wii 3DS, the Mario Kart 8. I'm sure it's, you know, there's probably the same path for all these other players too, right?
Yeah. Like, I can tell these guys are experienced over here.
Mm-hmm. No, they've been dedicating like hours on hours on hours to become like how skilled they, you know, to their skill level.
All right, and it looks like we're getting things on the road with Bangkok Rush here.
Ooh.
This one's a very interesting track. I was never able to fully get the hang of it.
Yeah, you know, me too.
But yeah,
We've got some
everybody
honking
is
going
lined up.
Oh, got Perfect Penguin with the mirrors.
Yep. And we're off. We've got Trent with a fantastic start. Or actually, everybody's off to a great start right now.
Yeah, no, everybody's doing great. We got Bonanza in second. We know recently that
Yeah.
he just got a perfect 60 his last playthrough. So that's exciting.
And Trent has also been doing very well. He was almost perfect throughout the entire tournament.
Oh, and it looks like Trent just hit first. He got mushroom in hand, so it looks like he might use that maybe at a shortcuts or something, and then protection for the shell.
Yeah. And Conk Kids took a nice little shortcut I actually didn't even know existed.
Yeah, no, I just discovered that too. I think that was a first for the both of us.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Bonanza's in third. Okay.
We've got a very, very close top 3 here
Yes.
with Conk Kids hot on Trent's tail. We've got a blue shell
Ooh.
coming. Trent doesn't have any defense and gets knocked out of the air. Conk Kids capitalizes.
Oh, uh-oh. Looks like Perfect Penguin went into a wall, but looks like he's got it under control.
Yep. And it looks like we're getting it back on track. Uh-oh. All right, let's take a look back at first here. Conk Kids has got a nice hefty lead over Trent right now.
Mhm.
Trent with a bomb. Oh, just narrowly missed that bomb dropped by Conk Kids. And
Dang, Bonanza is really hitting those corners. Like,
oh yeah.
he's got it.
Ooh, an early
Ooh.
super horn hit. Did I miss something? Was he blocking a shell there?
Hmm.
And
Oh.
Conk Kids with the victory. Trent close behind. And now we turn our attention back to Perfect Penguin and Bonanza. Bonanza finishes.
Sixth.
Perfect
Perfect
Penguin up
10th.
with the star and taking a nice 9th place.
Okay. Good to get in the single digits.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this one's a difficult one.
Yeah.
It's you can never tell which way to go
I
with
mean,
these tour tracks.
especially with these like the DLCs that like everything's so new still. I mean, I know Mario Kart World just came out, but man, these feel like these just came out yesterday.
Yeah. But anyway, we got a more classic style track here with DS Mario Circuit. I'm sure most of these guys are very familiar with it.
Brings me back. Okay, we got
Let's-
Bonanza in first.
Ooh, tried to
Oh.
take a shortcut, clipped the off-road a little bit, lost a lot of speed.
Ooh,
Trent.
Trent stole it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Ooh,
back at it again with the shortcuts. All
Bonanza
right.
with a mushroom this time, taking that first place. Ooh, we had a big banana
Ooh.
throw there. I'm trying to throw that bomb in
Oh.
front, but
Oh.
Bonanza was not having any of it.
Yep. Dang,
Oh,
he is
drifting into the off-road.
Yep.
Still managed to keep it clean. Ooh, it's really heating up at the front here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Conch Kids and Perfect Penguin are not far behind.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Conch Kids hitting up that shortcut there. A nice, safe mushroom cut.
And this is a very close game. This is actually really exciting for a final
Ooh.
round. You could definitely tell.
Trent with a perfect opportunity for a red shell hit.
Mm-hmm.
And with 2 more ready to go.
Okay, we got Perfect Penguin with the attempt
Oh.
at the shortcut. Oh, here we go.
And then Conch Kids had a lot of defense for those red shells that Trent was holding and takes first place. Ooh, and another green shell to defend another red shell. Fantastic.
Hey, Bonanza looks like he's doing pretty good. He's avoiding the. Oh no, they got like.
Ooh,
they
everybody got
shocked.
shocked. And a blue shell coming for Conch Kids. And Trent
Oh!
takes the lead.
Bonanza ran into a tree, but that's okay. He's back on track.
And we're still
Past
getting
Conch
pretty
Kids.
close here.
Oh, uh-oh.
We're still far from over. Or no, we're actually pretty
Actually,
close
we're very,
to over. Yeah.
just like one more corner. Oh
Yep.
no, Bonanza might get.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Perfect Penguin capitalizing on Bonanza's misfortune there.
Man, Trent stole the cup. I'd say, I mean, it was a really close game
Yeah.
for all of these guys, but
All right.
Trent just stole it.
So Trent and Conch Kids here ready for the third race. They're tied for first right now.
Ooh, this
Walt
one was a
Weezy
really fun
Stadium.
one on the Wii.
There's a lot you could do here.
Yes.
Lots of half pipes, lots of opportunities for tricking. What are our players going to take today?
Okay, we got that first corner.
All right.
All right, Bonanza's doing pretty good so far. Looks like he's pretty
Mhm.
familiar with the course.
All right. And we're not taking that half pipe. It's very far off. It looks like it takes a lot of time out of you.
Whoa.
Oh, and what a
What?
shortcut from Bonanza.
What in the world? I've never
If
even
it hadn't been
known
for that shell, that would have been
that would have been
amazing.
clean.
All right, Trent taking up
Wow.
that half pipe, getting an item. We got a coin and a banana, holding back that for defense. But yeah, no, we've got Conch Kids and Trent very close on each other's heels.
Absolutely.
Oh, and Bonanza's right in the mix
Oh,
there.
They're like right neck and neck.
Oh, there's so much going on. This is real good Mario Kart we're seeing
Wow.
here.
Wow, they're just
Yep.
staying on top of the drifting
Mhm.
Con Kids.
Yep.
Like for that whole entire.
And trying to
part
find
of the
all
course.
of those. Oh,
Oh!
taking that wall to avoid the off-road speed penalty.
Man, I might take this to future
That
competitions.
was, yeah.
Practice it. Because that is just, that's impressive.
Yeah, we are learning a lot here watching these guys play. Just some great racing we are seeing.
Okay, it looks like Perfect Penguin is catching himself up. He's in fourth right now. Uh-oh, ran into a wall there. But,
Yep. Ooh,
looks like he's making
got
progress.
a lot of CPUs to pass there.
oh yeah.
Yeah, Conch Kids
There we
has
go.
brought out a pretty significant lead. And with a super horn in hand, it's going to be hard to catch him up. Not to mention that insane shortcut.
Hopefully Bonanza knows what he's doing with the boomerang.
Ooh,
Hopefully
and trying
has
to
a
take
plan
that
for it.
shortcut
Oh,
himself.
no.
Oh, but gets knocked off the wall.
Again!
Luckily enough room to get that
Uh-oh.
back. But yeah, it looks like Conch Kids is taking this to a victory here. I don't think Trent can catch up right now. And Perfect Penguin and Bonanza are lagging quite far behind these top two.
Oh my goodness.
And Conch Kids takes the victory with Trent behind in second.
Wow.
And it's down to
Wha-
our... Oh, and what a
At the
finish from
very
Perfect
end.
Penguin and Bonanza.
Wow.
Oh, and they're
What a-
even now, too.
Crazy, shocking ending. No pun intended.
Indeed. No dodging this shock.
Mm-hmm. We could tell that everybody was very close in all of these courses, so I guess it's time to finally see who wins. Oh, never
Yep.
mind. Sorry, we have
We
got
have-
one more.
Yeah, it's Singapore Speedway. This is the final race of this tournament.
I remember mentioning Perfect Penguin did the mirror thing for good luck. You know, I do a little mechanic like that. I usually shake my Joy-Con to do the steering wheel, so I like that
Yeah,
little mechanic.
I like they added the horn. I always do that one before we start the race.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're at another tour track here, but this one's a lot more flowy. I think this one's going to
Yeah.
race a lot better than we saw in Bangkok Rush.
Okay, Bonanza's checking his backside. Looks like he's doing pretty good. He's making sure he's
Yeah.
securing his spot.
Ooh, and with that bomb throw,
Ooh.
Bonanza
Oh!
predicting that and going off to the other side, but was not enough to dodge that red shell.
Mm-mm. Looks like Trent stole first place.
With Bonanza in third, Conch Kids in fourth, Perfect Penguin in fifth. Trent has got a little bit of wiggle room. If it wouldn't be for Bonanza charging back up
Right.
through the field. And Perfect Penguin's all hot on those heels as well. Conch Kids taking a shortcut to make up for lost time. And
Oh.
we start our final section
Oh.
of this map. Trent getting hit with a red shell, but it's not enough to take away first place.
I see Bonanza did have a plan with this red shell before he unfortunately got hit with the bomb, but...
And Conch Kids is back in third.
Ooh. Dodged the banana. Good.
But can anybody take this victory away from Trent?
Honestly, he is just... He's nailing it.
He is absolutely pixel perfect here.
Okay, we got Perfect Penguins. He's doing pretty good. I
Yeah.
would say, what's good about Perfect Penguin is that, oh,
Oh, we're getting
Hang on.
heated today.
yeah, we're getting really
Oh.
heated. Hang on.
Conch Kids getting absolutely
Ooh.
demolished with items.
Wow.
And through that chaos, Bonanza has made it back up to third.
Oh,
But none of it was able to deter Trent from securing a first place. And I believe that makes him the tournament champion here.
wow.
What
What a
final
match.
race.
What a match. We're hearing
I'm
him yell over
I'm
there.
hoping nobody's hearing
Hope nobody's
some
hearing
colorful language we're
Yes.
getting on the other end here.
this. Yes, hopefully these mics are not that sensitive, but we understand the determination.
Yep. What a beautiful race. What a beautiful
That was
ending
crazy.
to a beautiful championship.
Wow.
And Trent takes that in amazing fashion. And we're taking a nice, good
Nice
look at
look
one
at
of the
the-
most interesting races we had at DS Mario Circuit.
Yeah.
Lots of action here. What a red shell throw. And Trent takes it with only second and
Yay.
first places throughout the cup.
That's like almost flawless. I mean, it's
Yeah.
very impressive.
I would expect nothing less from somebody.
All right, who got it?
And it is
Ooh.
Trent in first with Conch Kids trailing only 7 points behind. Bonanza takes third place with Perfect Penguin all the way just trailing behind. What a match. Thank you all for sticking with us for this stream.
Yes, this was a very fun stream.
And what a tournament.
What? Man. Just ever since we've all been here, this was great. This was awesome.
It was.
Great races, great people, great community.